$10.
Thank you for your patience.
Each way.
You might
We're not. She's probably taking care of it.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the Natomas Charter School Board of Directors meeting for March. I will call us to order at 5:03. Roll call, Doug Gaffney.
Present.
Nina Kushal.
Here.
Sean King.
Here.
Gina Lee.
Here.
Dr. Mayorallo.
Here.
Preeti.
She's walking in right now.
She's
On her way.
en route. Jennifer Morgan, I'm here. Mallory.
I'm here.
Okay. Student liaisons, Diego.
Here.
Kia.
Here.
Gianna.
Here.
Irby.
Here.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Mrs. Merchant is here.
Hello.
All right. Student information updates. To start us off for ECA, Diego.
Hi again. To start, we had our ECA Craft Day on February 14th. In the LC, there were different kinds of activities like origami, crystal hearts, friendship bracelets, and letters to peers. There was a pretty good amount of attendance. It was really fun. I was the host for origami. Then we had President's Day weekend, and after that, there was the winter formal week. So there were dress-up days like pajama day, dress as you fit yourself, denim and diamonds, and anything with a backpack. And then there was also, well, the winter formal dance. I wasn't able to attend, but I was setting up the dance, and it looked pretty good. Then the freshmen had a field trip to the UC Davis on March 5th. And they also did their state fitness testing on March 8th. Now the juniors have ECA CAS testing this week, which means no workshops for them, and all they have to do is come to campus for testing. Nobody else has workshops, so I don't have to come this week. And then the Syllabus literacy testing starts this Friday. I believe there's another one for ECA students and a little bit of PPA students next week as well. That's all.
Thank you. Leading Edge next.
Hello and welcome back to another board report. I can't believe it's already March. This year's gone by so fast, but let's get started with today's board report. Starting off with school culture, we have our ASB Valentine's grants that went out on Valentine's Day. We had a Chinese New Year parade. In that parade, we also had Taika Report, as well as our sixth graders show what they learned about China and its history. We had Family Bingo Night. I believe that was on the 23rd. It was to raise money for field trips to make them more affordable. It was a great turnout, and a lot of students had fun. We had our soccer season first JV game on the 27th. Our girls did have a win. Our boys unfortunately did not, but they had great games. Our last session of Learning Lab for session 3 was on, I'm not sure exactly the date, but it was recently, and we just had our last session for Learning Lab. Our next session will be for portfolios, making sure that we all end up the year with a great portfolio, getting us ready for next year, and for 8th graders to be ready for high school. We had a pizza party for tutors and tuties to celebrate their one of our ending sessions, starting a new session of tutoring. Now moving on to recent events, we had Spirit Week. It was more of a half week of Spirit Week, including Pajama Day, Hat Day, and Neon Day. We also had a rally on that last day on March 1st. We also had our lunch BSU performances this month celebrating Black History Month. Talking about Black History Month, we also had our month showcase in February 29th from 6 to 8, ending off Black History Month with a bang and a great way to celebrate the month. Our girls' last basketball game was on the 15th. We made it all the way to the semis. We put up a great fight, but unfortunately, we did not make it to the championships. A multicultural logo opportunity for the multicultural night was sent out to all of NCS for the multicultural night at Star Academy. We were able to make a logo for the night over there if we were wanting the opportunity to. To end it off, academics. End of trimester was March 1st, and the week before that was the week to finalize our grades. That's it for this month.
All right, PFAA.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jana Cristo. I'm the PFA representative. Starting off, towards the end of February, the seniors had a fundraiser, a senior pancake fundraiser. And then also through February into March, we had our ASB election applications, and the elections ended this past week. As a note, I'm the ASB president for next year, which was exciting. Our Mandarin department had a Lunar New Year festival on February 15th, and ASB hosted our winter formal, which was our first real big ASB combined event with ECA. So it was the ECA and PFA combined dance, and it went very well. The theme was disco. And then our music departments had a huge music festival called Golden Empire this past weekend. And the drama department had a production called Eurydice. And that will also be going, that will be starting this weekend, I believe. ASB is also in the midst. March is our multicultural month, so we have a slew of events. This past week we held Hip Hop Goes Global, and so we did a breakdancing workshop, a graffiti workshop, and then we were able to put together a little expo that spotlighted some charter artists and also our also a DJ Hustle, who also works in the front office as Mr. Leach. And so that was pretty fun. It was really well received, and it was a way to kind of gauge the students to a new art form that we don't have in our school. This week we have Taste of the World, which will be with students and our language departments to share different cuisines from around the world, and that will be in the quad area this Thursday. We also have had senior projects throughout the month. There was the Virtuoso concert, which was a piano concert, and then we're having fashion shows from Key Matias and Culiano, and then we have our middle school dance this Friday. It's themed Under the Sea, and the spring instrument concerts on the 22nd, and the Santa Cruz Jazz Festival for Vocal Ensemble the 16th. There's also a senior econ trip this week, I believe on Wednesday, and that will be to the downtown courthouse. And then on another huge school-wide project that was launched is called TARP. It stands for the Advisory Recycling Project. Something that our ecology task force, which is kind of like our eco club, has noticed is that on campus we don't really recycle anymore since we've come back from quarantine. And so we launched a kind of a student-led and teacher effort to bring back recycling. So every advisory will have a recycling bin, and right now we're only taking cans and aluminum, and then on every Monday advisory we bring them to a bigger recycling bin where we can bring home and self-recycle, since we don't have that system going, and hopefully over time we can grow that to bring back recycling at Charter. Coming to the end of our list, our dance company had a trip to LA and Universal where they're able to take some workshops and also experience the park. And then ASB is also preparing for prom, which will be next month. And that's all. Thank you.
Star Academy.
Okay, so I'm Irvi, and this is what happened in February and early March. First, we had the Valentine's Day. In class, we celebrated friendship and kindness. Students brought in candy and toys for classmates and teachers. In my class, almost everyone handed out fun dip, and I don't know why, but I'm not complaining because I really like fun dip. We had the African Americans in Art celebration on February 29th. Students from Star Academy in grades kindergarten through 5th performed at the Black History celebration held at Black Rock campus. Students also participated in a fashion show with African-inspired fashions. Next, we had College and Career Spirit Days from February 26th to February 27th. Students dressed up in college wear to show where they might like to go for college someday. They also dressed up in clothing to represent a job that they might want to have later in life. We had the Walking School Bus Assembly on February 4th. The authors of the book, The Walking School Bus, visited our school to tell us about their new book and song. We were able to have this assembly because of our partnership with Jive in the Thomas. We also had an overnight Coloma field trip with 4th grade. 4th grade students left and got back from their Coloma field trip last week. We have our special updates, which includes we learned about Jack Robinson and have been practicing baseball skills in PE. In art, we learned about influential African American artists such as Alma Thomas and Romero Bearden. There was also a Star student art display at the Starbucks in Cedar Rayleigh's and the Thomas. In Spanish, we learned about cognates and have been practicing our Spanish songs for the Star Academy Open House in May. In library, we learned about the book awards, Newbery, Caldecott, etc. And we will be learning about the books nominated for the California Young Reader Awards. Last but not least, we have our staff updates. We had Mr. Osborne's retirement on March 1st. I actually had Mr. Osborne as my teacher before he left, and I was sad to see him go, but I wish him the best retirement. Our new teacher is Miss Castillo, but you might know her as Miss Lack, and we're having lots of fun with her. We have new campus monitors, Miss Maggie and Miss Kristen. We also have new Escape employees, Miss Tabitha and Miss Maida. This is my last board meeting, and it was an awesome experience for me. For the next few months, another student who is actually my best friend is going to do the board meetings.
I'm clearly not a student, but I'm standing in for our student tonight to read our updates. So we had a busy February for a short month, so we're just going to share a few updates that our students wrote for us. Our student leadership group held a Valentine Flowergram fundraiser, which was totally student-led and student-done. They bought, you could buy a carnation and a note to send to someone to fill up their day. And it was lovely to see our leadership students delivering flowers to all the little kids in their workshops. So very fun. The money earned is going towards middle school socials. We had a parent win, which is our parent education seminar for Q3. And sticking with our Wizard of Oz theme, we were focused on the Cowardly Lion this quarter. So we focused on trying hard things, courage, being brave, and grit, and productive struggle, which was really great. We had a movie night and we had multiple families come and watch The Wizard of Oz. That was very fun. We've had several field trips, including one to the California State Indian Museum and Sutter's Fort on that very rainy, blustery day of March 1st. So that was a lot of fun. We also had our monthly parent coffee talk. We talked about numeracy and number sense and math and how to build math skills at home. And then we had one of those famous middle school socials on March 6th, where our middle schoolers came together and played games and were hanging out together. Lots and lots of fun. We're participating right now in March Book Madness, where there are picture books and the kids are voting like between these two, and it does a bracket. So they're picking their favorite books. And then it's not on here, but CASP testing kicked off today. So woo, we all are obsessed, and we had 100% attendance today, so we're very proud. All right, that's it for us.
All right, thank you all for your updates. Let's see, hearing of the public for items on the closed session agenda. We're going to adjourn to closed session to consider and/or take action upon any of the following public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54954.2. Administrative representatives Dr. Joe Wood and Jane Shamia, Executive Director Evaluation and Employment. I will adjourn us to closed session at 5:17.
No, she's in the small town.
Okay, we're back. I will reconvene open session at 6:36. Let's see, no action taken during closed session. Comments, questions, anything on tonight's agenda? Okay, may I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda? Thank you, Doug. May I have a second? You guys are on it.
Was that Gina?
That is Gina, yes. Roll call vote, Doug.
Yes.
Nita. Yeah. Sean.
Yes.
Gina. Yes. Maria.
Yes.
Preeti.
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Mallory.
Yes.
Okay, next up, consent items, questions, comments, anything? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the consent items for tonight?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Manuel. May I have a second?
Okay.
We'll duke it out. Nita,
Nita can take it.
Nita's our second.
Yeah.
Roll call vote. Mallory.
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Preeti.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Gina. Yes. Sean.
Yes.
Nita. Yes. Doug.
Yes.
Okay. My efficiency numbers are going through the roof. Action items, Anita, second interim budget.
Whoops.
Don't let, let's start from the beginning. All right, so going to the next slide, Siva, we're gonna show an overview. As a reminder, this is our second interim budget update for the year that's required, and that the budget is a living document with lots of changes that we have. And tonight, we're just gonna go over some of the highlights that are in your packet for the financial report here, and go over our bottom line and what our next steps are in the budget cycle process. So you want to flip over, Zita? So with our revenues, this is just a pie chart here showing the major revenues by category here. And one thing I wanted to point out to you is that you'll see that other state revenues is 19%. That's a larger piece of the pie than we normally get, and that is because we have 3.6 million in facility funds that we added at the first interim budget on there. But the majority of the funds is coming from our local control funding formula. If you go to the next slide, this is expenditures by major category, and see our salaries and benefits are about a little below 70%, and that's because we do have capital outlay at 14% because of our facility projects. If you were to remove the facility projects, it would be over 70% in that area. And then going to the next slide. The next slide here, this one is my favorite though. This is one thing that I wanted to highlight for expenditures by function. So you can really see that the biggest portion of the pie is going directly to student support at 55% on here. And so this is one of the things that the state gauges, even school districts for a unified school district, which would be K-12, at least a minimum of 55% going to your instructional. And then you can see the different instructional supervisory support, school administration, people supports. And then the other section, which makes up 27%, normally that area is about 15%, but again, because of the facilities that we have in this particular year, it's a little bit bigger. So let's see if you can go to the next slide. So in your packet, you have the financial statements. I believe that they start on page 40 of the total board packet, page 12 of the actual report. And so this is a summary that compares the first interim budget that we brought to you back in December with the second interim budget. And you can see the good news is last month, we gave you a budget update on looking at the future and what the economy was and stuff too. Stepping back, current year and stuff, we are seeing some improvement here, which we'll go over the details, but our revenues increased by over $700,000. And we'll go over what that makes up in a few minutes, as well as expenditures. We have a savings of over $300,000. So the excess revenues over expenditures improved by 1.1 million. So at first interim, you can see that we were projecting 1.5 deficit spending. That's because we added our facility projects in with unrestricted carryover, as well as our categorical programs for restricted carryover. And then as we've updated our budget at second interim, where we'll go over the details, we showed an improvement. So now we're projecting only 450,000 deficit spending on here. Except Jennifer, you look like you have a question.
So many.
Okay.
So this is second interim. And
Yes.
what we've been hearing is the governor's numbers are kind of moving around. Is that for this or for
Nope.
future?
For future.
For the
For
future.
future.
This
is-
So we're
this-
stepping back in time. And also, most of that improvement is going to our fund balance if everything stays status quo. And remember, we always plan for the worst, hope for the best and stuff. So at year-end closing, we usually do see some projected underspending actually on that when we close the books. So maybe that deficit spending, we'll cross our fingers, will go away on there. But that helps with our goals going into next year because last month's presentation was kind of looking up into that future of what it would be at. So this is mainly one-time monies on there and stuff too, but it does help with our financial stability. The other thing that I added on here for this chart, which is new, is when I brought to you the audit back in December, as part of our reconciliation between the Government Accounting Standards Board and the Financial Standards Board, which our audit is based on, we now under GASB, which is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, have to include our associated student body cash balances in our general ledger. So this is bringing that 50,000 in. So it's kind of like a restatement to the beginning balance. So that's that $50,000 there that represents leading edge and PFAA ASB accounts. So we're projecting that our ending fund balance will be $18.4 million this year. So if you go to the next slide. So what makes up that difference, the change where we lowered our deficit spending by the 1.1 million. So starting off with our local control funding formula, we were able to see that attendance trends are trending better. I would say rolled up, I'm projecting now a 96%. It's behind the scenes 95.5 over there. But that makes up a difference in revenues that we get. But the significant portion of the LCFF update is our unduplicated count that went up. And that is largely as a result for staff, including the alternative income form in our registration packet. So before it was completely up to the parents whether they wanted to complete a free and reduced packet. And so that helps with getting supplemental funds or concentration funds. As part of our application packet now, this form is kind of required and stuff. And it also shows that more families qualify for more services. So all of those things together added up to additional 120,000. Federal revenues went up mainly on special ed side, and that had to do with the SELPA giving us more federal spending money on the local assistance program, as well as state updates. So we got minor amount for the mandated block grant. A lottery went up a little bit because of the change in ADA projections, average daily attendance projections. But the two main ones is additional state special ed funds and state early mental health funds from the SELPA. Those are like one-time dollars, but they had some extra money within the SELPA reserves that they sent out to their member schools. That really made a difference in lowering some of our encroachment on there. And then local revenues. So we've seen inflation, but with inflation, also interest rates go up. So, and with our $18 million cash balance and stuff, we are generating more revenues in interest. So I was able to increase it by about $200,000. And then about $55,000 is made up in additional donations for the school. If you go to the next slide, on the expenditure side, salary and benefits, lots of changes there, but the net result was a decrease of over $685,000. That resulted in not being able to fill some positions and shifting the money to contract out taking it out of salaries and benefits and moving it down to professional services on some. We did a lot of that at first interim. Also, late start savings, this is the time that we capture those savings there, as well as employee absences for unpaid leave of absences and stuff. And so those add up. And then salary and benefit savings regarding open enrollment changes. And we've seen some switches where employees went on their spouse's plan and didn't take our plan and things like that. Supplies, materials, and services, there was a net increase of over $200,000. And again, that had to do with contracting out special ed positions that we couldn't hire within. So money shifting from the salary and benefits area into the contracted services area to cover those. And then also some supplies for categorical programs shifting into the professional services area. So like they might have been budgeted for supplies and it went to travel and conference or professional services there. And then we increased our capital outlay budget by over 100,000, and that's for the 3 facility projects we have going, the PAC Phase 2, Black Rock fencing, and expansion project. So Black Rock fencing project is completely done. Notice of completion has been filed, and they are waiting to get their retention payment and stuff. That's off the books. So that would be probably towards the end of this month. PACT Phase 2, they are, they've billed us for their final payment, and again, their final retention payment won't be released until April for the waiting period and stuff too, which leaves us only with the Black Rock extension project, which we're in the design phase.
Can we go back one slide?
Sure.
So you said about 50,000 in donations and 200 on interest earnings. Do we control over where that our savings sits? Because is that 200,000 in 1 year on the 18?
It's projected for the whole, the remainder of the year based on the trends. So where we have our funds is the Sacramento County Pooled Treasury Funds. And so it's everybody who has money in the county treasury. So that's city, municipalities, school districts, things like that. All the money is pooled and then they have financial experts investing the money. Right now we're at about 5% interest on that and stuff too. And so comparing sometimes, one of our co-founders used to kind of shop around and stuff for investments, right? Because local banks would say, hey, we'll do a certificate of deposit and it will pay you higher than the county treasury. Those days are kind of gone, but now with this inflation rate, right now we're still doing better than the short-term CDs. Okay, so if you go
This is
there.
where inflation is actually helping us.
Yeah,
Part of the
well,
budget.
I offset some of the costs, right? Okay, so if you could go to the next slide here. So for our reserves, this is just looking at total fund balance. The percentages are based on the total fund balance, but our economic uncertainties requirement for our fiscal policy is 10% of expenditures. And so our total reserves are about 60% of our budgeted expenditures at this time, and we are meeting our fiscal policy. If you go to the next slide. So this is another way to look at our fund balance. So on page 40 of the total packet, I believe it's 12 of the report, it's the board summary where I have the individual fund balance components, and it's broken up into 2 different areas. That's the areas for our fiscal policy where we talk about operational reserves and program reserves. And so you can see that operational reserves are at about 54%, they make up the majority, and then the 46% is program reserves, which program reserves are what we have earmarked to save to and off, well, basically facilities, money set aside, as well as increases to our pension costs and salary and benefits as well. And those are the main categories for that. So if you go to the next slide. Just going over contributions, which contributions are basically made where a restricted program is not self-supporting. So we use general fund dollars to kind of support that. And so for special ed, I just lumped it together. It's about $2.3 million. It's an increase of about 20%. And then it's broken down into the individual categories. So, and when I say 20%, it's 20% from the prior year, not between first interim, a second interim, so clarification on that. With that, so the federal local assistance program, we're contributing about 200,000. The main state special ed program is 1.6 million. Early mental health, 328. And then we had some settlement services costs, which are about 141,000. And then routine restricted maintenance. So this really, maintenance is a general cost, right? But according to the state, it has a special resource on the restricted side, because when you take facility dollars, you're required to show that you're spending at least 3% of your total budget on routine restricted maintenance, meaning you're gonna keep your buildings up and if the state's gonna give you money to build, that you're gonna promise to maintain those buildings. And so the reason why routine restricted maintenance is at 961,000 this year is because we have about 130,000 of that amount, which is going to repairing the packed windows. We had some window leaks for that. That's another facility project on there. But it normally runs about 600,000 or so. For a multi-year projection, we are required to look at 2 subsequent years when we are reviewing our current year budget. And so using the January dartboard, so what I presented to you guys based on the governor's January proposal with the new dartboard back last month, this does reflect the new dartboard numbers as well. We've removed all of the categorical one-time monies. On the expenditure side, we've also removed those one-time monies as well as facility projects and stuff. If we don't finish a facility project, that carries over into the next year as well. But the good news is that we are projecting a little bit of a surplus for those next 2 years. This, for salary and benefits, I want to highlight that this includes step and column step and professional level jumps for Natomas Charter School of what we normally have here. Joe will be presenting to you some other things on there, but right now this is what our picture looks like for the next 2 years, where you can see that I'm still an $18 million budget for the next 2 years. There we go. All right. So the bottom line is that we remain financially sound. For the next 3 years, about $18 million budget or fund balance for all 3 years. And then when looking at cash, we're going to have positive cash balances all through this year and the next 2 years, projecting the third year out to be at 18.5 million. So as of right now, the state has not brought back any cash deferrals and stuff too. So the next budget release with the state would be the May revision. The May revision is what we need, those assumptions. We need to build our budget and you need to approve those assumptions when we bring the budget to you in June for next year. So one of the things that they could decide between now and then is cash deferrals. And that's one of the reasons why we do have cash reserves in our fund balance here. And just as a reminder, for last time we had cash deferrals, it was about, we were getting 70 cents on the dollar. So they were deferring about 30%.
Okay, girls.
On that.
Sounds like Alicia's mic is on.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
So, anyway. All right. I thought she was going, go, girl. Okay. So,
She's cheering on Anita.
right.
I will cheer you on, Anita. Go, go, go.
Thank you. But showing that this is considered a positive certification. See if you want to go to the next one. Oh, I think, okay, so the next thing is that you will be seeing us back in June. The next budget approval is actually next year's budget. And alongside next year's budget, we'll give you an update, what we call our estimated actuals along with this as well. we'll be going to a webinar for the May revise on the 21st. And that, like I said, those assumptions should be on the final adopted budget proposal that we bring to you. Right now, we're in budget development mode. And the other exciting thing is that the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, is going to be new template and a new 3-year cycle that the budget will be reflecting on there, and it'll also be reflecting your strategic plan. So that's any questions.
I didn't know, you mentioned under summary of changes, I don't know what page this is, a savings from, basically savings from late starts, unpaid leave of absences, etc. Late starts means what?
These did not start at the beginning of the school year.
The person hired.
Yes, the person
So like we
hired
had a
is.
math vacancy, for instance, we
Right,
budget for the whole year for
I
a
see,
position, but
right,
if we
right.
can't find someone, in the first month, then
Right.
there's a month savings.
Okay, there you go, okay, that's what,
And at first interim, really what we're focusing on is we guessed what vacant positions would cost us, and then people actually get placed. So we make those adjustments. But if someone's on a leave of absence or there's a vacancy, we still keep those projections out there until we really let the year settle. Then at second interim is when we kind of just grab as much of that savings as we can.
okay, great. And the other question I had was under reserves, and you have economic uncertainties. You mentioned one number, but it states here 28%, so, I think you said 10%. So on your chart, it shows 28% for
Yeah,
economic.
that's the total fund balance amount. So that $18 million projection, it's the percentage by those categories of the fund balance. But the economic uncertainties, which is about $3 million in that itemized, is 10% of total budgeted expenditures.
Right,
And so it's a difference.
So what would be an example?
So basically then 10% of our expenditures you can find in the board summary piece, which is page 12 of the report, 40 and in the packet. 10% of our total expenditures, and our total expenditures are 30.6 million. So our 10% economic uncertainties itemized is 3.06 million. So it's 10, so that's 10% of that.
Right.
And then our fiscal policy references a percentage of total budgeted expenditures, but the pie chart is just looking at the dollar amount of the whole fund balance and breaking out percentages based on fund balance. So that makes sense.
But the economic uncertainties, an example of that would be what?
Oh, so
Yeah.
basically, the state budget,
Okay,
that's
state
a
budget,
great
okay.
thing, yeah.
Right, right.
So
Okay, got it.
so say that they say, well, you're gonna get a 1% COLA instead of the 0.76.
Right.
But we can't really afford it and we actually need 2% back.
Right, okay,
Then it's like, how can you make
Okay.
those budget cuts at that time?
got it, okay,
That's what
very
you do.
good, thank you, that's helpful.
The state also, at least in the last recession, would do things like delay money, say, well, we're gonna give you that money, we just can't tell you when. And so it could have been in the same fiscal year, the next fiscal year, or even ended up being like later and later and later fiscal years. So we use this, that's kind of how we fill in the gaps, because the state also doesn't fund us monthly. They fund us in chunks of money throughout the school year, right? So we also have to use the, what's down here as cash reserves to just kind of make payroll and that sort of stuff.
Right,
But if one of those payments doesn't come through, like Anita's saying, because they realized this happened last recession, that the tax receipts coming in were less than the money that needed to go out. So because schools make up 40% of the state budget, the state will just say, well, we're gonna issue you an IOU. And sometimes it'll be an IOU into another fiscal year, other times there will be an unknown date IOU.
wow, got it, thank you.
But that's the state's accounting, we cannot do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do what I say, not what I do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Anita. May I have a motion to approve our second interim budget?
I say,
Thank you both. Roll call vote. Anita?
Yes.
Preeti? Yes. Doug?
Yes.
Jennifer, yes. Gina?
yes,
Maria?
yes,
Sean?
Yes.
Mallory? Yes. Okay. Next up,
Compensation study. Yeah, it is always an exciting board meeting when we get to pull out the big paper with the
you don't
big
hear Alicia
spreadsheet
now.
on it.
Oh.
So you will want to have this handy in just a moment, because it's probably gonna be easier to see here than up on the screen. But we're gonna go through a couple of slides first. So, yes, this is our annual compensation study. So Ziva, next slide, please. So this compensation study is directly connected to our strategic plan in that strategic priority area number 1, which is really focused on attracting and retaining employees, or high quality employees. And one of our outcomes or metrics is that every year we're presenting this compensation study to you. And one thing I want to call out is that we're one of the only schools or districts that Ziva and I have been able to find that does this in such a public and transparent manner. So I appreciate you all as a board letting us have time on the agenda every year to really talk openly about the compensation study. Next slide. So what is the compensation study? So it is this giant spreadsheet we're gonna look at in just a second, but in a nutshell, we compare ourselves to 35 school districts and charter schools in the region. And the reason we've come up with these particular school districts and charter schools is these tend to be the schools that are either really closely located to us geographically, or maybe where historically we've picked up employees from, or maybe we've lost employees to. Sort of our competition is a way to kind of think about it. And what we're really focusing on is certificated staff members, administrators, and classified hourly employees. One of the challenges with doing a compensation study is every organization is unique. And so we really kind of highlight positions where there's a clear apples to apples comparison. There are some positions in our organization, like CalPAD's data manager. Not every organization has that, so it's not one we can do a comp study on, but we do the others, and then we tend to adjust salary schedules at the same time. Now, one of the parts that's kind of exciting about this particular comp study is this is actually our 5th year of doing this comp study in this way. So this means now we have some longitudinal data that we can actually look at that tells us a little bit about how we've been doing. And so just a couple things to note, when you look at this document, we added the per pupil funding section, that's the green highlighted section in 2021. And then what's new for this year is the counselor section. So we'll talk about that in just a second. Next slide. So just in terms of what we have done over the 5 years I've been executive director, is you all as a board have made some significant investments in our salary schedule. And so you can read every single school year, or what's easier is go to the little gray box down on the bottom. And so if we add all the totals together, our teacher salary schedules have increased by about 13% over the last 5 years. Admin also by about 13%, classified or hourly people by about 20%, and special ed about 9%. Now special ed, we didn't actually start comparing until, or we didn't really start building on until after my first year. And realize that when we're looking at these numbers, this does not include annual step increases. So if I was a teacher, for instance, I've been getting raises every year that we've been giving them out as a board, and I've been getting step increases simultaneously. So next slide. So being the data nerd that I am, I thought, well, I was curious, like what is that lived experience like? And so if you look up at this graph up on the screen, you see kind of 3 bars on the left, the green bar, the red bar, and the blue bar. So the blue bar is someone who was a first-year teacher when I was a first-year executive director. What was their salary then? And what is their salary now 5 years later as they've gotten step increases and raises? The red bar is kind of a mid-level person, and then the green bar was kind of a higher level person. And so you can see in terms of actual wage growth on the right that for our beginning teachers, their salaries have actually increased of almost 28% in the last 5 years. Middle have been around 22, and our high end have been around 17, 18%. And how does that compare to sort of the group as a whole? That's kind of that next box down at the bottom. Well, the first step on our salary schedule for everyone that we compare ourselves to over the last 5 years has grown about 17%, whereas for us, it's grown about 20%. And then the top step for the comparable group we look at is also around 16%, where our top step is around 7-8%. And so we have actually very strategically over the last 5 years made some significant investments on the front end of our salary schedule, just because as inflation has taken hold, housing costs have skyrocketed, we've really had to help those, kind of starting out beginning teachers. Next slide. So realize, Anita was talking about the money that we have, which is awesome. And I'm going to be talking about how we're spending the money, kind of the other part of it. But salary and benefits is actually the biggest thing that we spend our budget on. About 84% of our budget, based on our adopted budget at the beginning of the school year, was allocated to salary and benefits. And just kind of looking right there, you can see that certificated salaries, teachers, counselors spend, that's about 36, 37% of our budget. Classified salaries for the staff is about 12%, management is about 2%. And then I do think something that we often all forget, myself included, is just the significant expense that we do invest in health and welfare benefits. So that orange section up on that pie chart right there, that's CalPERS and CalSTRS, so the retirement portions that we pay in as an employer, plus health and welfare benefits all there together. So with that, next slide, we are gonna hop over into the spreadsheet. And if you wanna bring the spreadsheet up, you can, but I'm gonna kind of walk the group through the paper. So the way that this document is created is the first sheet, which is the one right here on top, this is our general education comparison. So we're looking at teachers, counselors, and principals. When you're looking at this particular sheet, any of the cells that are black, that means it's the same number from last year. That particular district didn't make any changes in their compensation. The cells that have a red text, that's where there was a change in the compensation. All of the counselors are black because we didn't compare counselors last year. That's actually new for us this year. And so what's most important when you're looking at this document are these tables down at the bottom. And you can see in the yellow tables, we do 3 comparisons. One, comparing ourselves to everyone, that's the overall analysis. One, comparing ourselves only to charter schools. And then the last analysis is comparing ourselves to schools within the Natomas Unified School District. So that's the district themselves, us, NP3, and Westlake Charter School. So if we look at the green section, you can see that Natomas Charter School on average receives less per pupil funding than the schools that we're comparing ourselves to. Compared to everyone as a whole, where it's about 9% less, compared to charter schools, it's about 4% less, and compared to the schools here in Natomas, it's about 7% less. And that's because school funding is directly tied to demographics, specifically the number of students that are qualifying for free and reduced lunch or English learners. Then if we look across here, you can see that for teachers, generally we're starting off a little low, and then it kind of sometimes, especially compared to the large group, gets a little bit worse at 8%. And then it stays around 8% below average at the end. For counselors are kind of unique. If you compare counselors to the whole group and to the charter school group, you can see that we have some work that we need to do there. But it's most noticeable we have some work we need to do when you compare our counselor salaries to the salaries of counselors within the Natomas Unified School District. And that's because within the Natomas Unified School District, a few years before the pandemic, a lot of the schools combined their counselor and school psychologist salary schedules together. They are actually since having to rethink that because they actually can't meet the needs of school psychologists with that particular salary schedule. But it indicates we have some work we need to do here to be competitive. And then this last area that's sort of like kind of the yellowy orange color, this is the principal salary schedule. And you can see this is also an area we have some work that we need to do. It depends on, if you're looking at the whole group or charter or the district, but somewhere we're usually 10 to 15% below average. And so we have some salary work we need to do there as well. That's general education. I'm gonna go to special education, which is the next page. Any questions on general ed before I flip? Okay. Special ed. Same structure, just now we're looking at education specialists, or those are special ed teachers, our speech language pathologists, and our school psychologists. If you look down towards the bottom in the blue area, you can see that for our education specialists or our special ed teachers, we're actually doing pretty well. We're above average starting out, and then we kind of go closer to average, middle to end. For our speech language pathologists, we have some work we need to do here. It's not as significant as counselors or principals on the previous page. It's a little bit similar to teachers as a whole, where we're 2 to 3% below average. And then our school psychologists is an area where we're doing pretty well at the beginning of the salary schedule, but we have some work to do in the latter part of the salary schedule. One thing I do think is important to point out to the board around, especially speech language pathologists and school psychologists, is these individuals have a tendency to have a lot of units after their bachelor's degree. That means in most organizations, they're actually never placed in that beginning step. They're usually placed in the mid or the high step. So those two salary schedules, we compare the 3 places just so that we have comparables. But realistically, as the person who's doing the placements when people come in, I'm almost never able to place someone at the beginning of our salary schedule, even if they only have a year or 2 worth of experience. Just to be financially competitive, I'm placing them sort of higher on the salary schedule. So you'll see in a second, part of the strategic goal here is also to make some recommendations for next year. And we're recommending some restructuring of our speech language pathologist and school psychologist salary schedules to address this. All right, next page So hourly staff, now, we have a lot of different hourly staff on campus. It's hard to really do an apples to apples comparison because this is where there's a lot of uniqueness by program. But there are 3 positions that we have that are pretty common across all organizations, and that's paraprofessionals, campus monitors, and administrative assistants. If you look at the paraprofessionals, you can see this is an area we do quite well. Our paraprofessionals are making on average 8 to 9% above average starting at the beginning, and then going up to almost 25 to 30% above average at the end. Our campus monitors start a little low, like 3 to 5%, but then even out pretty quickly, and our campus monitor high is actually significantly higher than a lot of the surrounding comparisons. And then we have a similar sort of pattern with administrative assistant. And part of this goes back to, on that previous slide, I mentioned a few years ago, we did a 13% raise for classified. And this salary schedule is largely driven by changes in minimum wage, either legal changes that we're obligated to follow or just competitive changes. Like fast food workers, the minimum wage is now $20 an hour. So this tends to be the same, applicant pool that we could potentially be hiring from. So changes that we've had to make there. But overall, I would say classified is an area we're doing quite well, comparatively speaking. We have some work we need to do in our certificated salary schedule. Classified, we're doing okay. The last section, the next section here is executive director. This is one that you're legally obligated to look at once a year, and you can sort of see all of the salaries of the superintendents and executive directors in the region. Compared to school districts, we're a little below average. Compared to charter schools, we're right at average. Next one.
And do you want to add that red means that there was no change from the previous?
Oh yeah, so similar to the previous pages, red means there was a change, black means there was no change.
No, red means there was no change.
Oh, I had it backwards.
Just
kidding.
Has that been the same throughout the mapping?
Yes,
Yeah.
throughout the entire.
I said it backwards, I apologize.
Okay, start over.
There's been a lot more change, that's what that really says.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And it is, throughout K-12 education, no matter what position we're talking about, people are struggling to find qualified individuals. We've had our own struggles this year, but I hope everyone understands, we live in the privileged world. There are schools with whole departments missing, like no math teachers, or no special education staff, or no counselors. And so, a part of that is our commitment that we've made to our employees in terms of, financial commitments, but it's also the culture that we're trying to build and maintain and working with our families and building and maintaining it. So we talked about superintendent, executive director. Next one is CBO, similar sort of thing. Once a year, you're supposed to look at this, but we're not recommending any significant changes on either of those. But what's the last one that I think is very important is health and welfare benefits, because these apply to all individuals. And I think I messed this one up then. So on this one, red means there are changes, because I relooked at all these numbers. I shouldn't relook at numbers. Red means there are changes, black means there were not changes. But the point I want to draw to you at the bottom is just the analysis. So as a whole, health and welfare benefit costs are skyrocketing, but Natomas Charter School is doing a really good job of providing good compensation to our employees. We've always made the commitment that there would be at least enough health and welfare benefits money for all of our employees, that it would fully cover them as the employee on at least one plan for medical, dental, and vision. And then recognizing that there's different out-of-pocket amounts depending on if you have different dependents. But you can see when it's employee only, we're about 14%, 14% above average. When it's employee plus one, compared to school districts, we're about average. Compared to charter schools, we're about 13% above average. And then family, we're kind of at average compared to school districts, and then about 15% above average compared to charter schools.
So does this, maybe you've already told me this, but does this take into account how much our benefits actually cost?
It does not. Okay. This is only taking into account how much money each employer provides. And the part of that reason is, so on the documents that we pull this information from, the plans are not the same. So it's really hard to do an apples to apples comparison, and we have to dig deep into every plan summary and start lining them up. I will say though, eyeballing things, our plans tend to be a little bit cheaper than a lot of, especially school district plans, because a lot of school districts are in the CalPERS health and welfare benefit system, which is actually more expensive. If you compare a comparable Kaiser plan or comparable Western Health Advantage plan, ours are about $50 to $100 less a month. than the CalPERS plan. But we have actually, has organized a whole health and welfare benefits committee this year. And their job is basically gonna be doing comparison shopping. I don't think we need to adjust the amounts that we're providing to employees. This data sort of affirms what we've been providing. But where I do think our employees need some assistance is, do we have the right, if you will, grocery store of plans that they can choose from? Or do we need to look at more options? Our employees have historically liked kind of, if you will, like the full benefits, like you just pay a $5 copay and you sort of show up. But it might be that we need to really work with our employees on maybe having some more high deductible plans, or plans where there's like a 125 account associated with it, helping our employees better understand how they can maximize their money. I know this year we did a lot of work just helping people understand the difference between like Kaiser High and Kaiser Low. And that, if you're not going to the doctor a whole lot, like Kaiser Low is probably where you want to be. Yes, your copay might be $20 versus $5, but if you're only going once or twice a year, that's money saved.
Right. I think there's great value in walking the team through that.
Mhm.
But I think what you're saying too is we're 13% above, and comparison, our plans are cheaper.
Yeah.
So it's even better than what
But
Yeah.
yeah,
it looks like here.
the rates are so expensive though, it's very hard as an employee to swell,
Sure,
but we are
of course.
doing compared to our neighbors and stuff, we are doing very well.
The other part too that Anita brought to my attention, I think is something that I try to educate our employees about, is that anytime a dollar comes into our school that we could potentially apply to compensation. If we put it on health and welfare benefits, it's only available to people who need those health and welfare benefits. If we put it on the salary schedule, it's actually available to everyone. So if you want to put it into your retirement plan, you want to put it in health and welfare benefits, that dollar then becomes accessible to everyone. Whereas if we increase, let's say, the family rate, well, then that's only available to people that take the family rate, not for those that are employee or employee plus one. So there's always kind of a balance to it, right? But what we've been thinking a lot about trying to educate our employees is like, where can the dollar be most advantageous to everyone in the organization? And typically that's on the salary schedule. So going to recommendations. So if we go back to the slides, we have just a couple highlights there. So just in terms of trends, so first and foremost, I think it's important to recognize that we receive less funding per pupil than many of the school districts in our region. Compared to Natomas Unified, we're almost 10% below. Compared to Twin Rivers, we're about 25% below. So when someone says to me, like, I can make more money in Twin Rivers, they're probably right, because they're receiving, $14,000 per student, where we're receiving maybe $10,000 to $11,000 per student. So there's a market difference there. But in terms of areas of strength, classified staff is an area we're strong, health and welfare benefits is an area that we're strong, school psychologists, ed specialists, also areas that we're strong. But the areas that we really need to focus on is around our general education certificated staff, so teachers, counselors, principals. And so I'm gonna jump into some recommendations here, but basically what we're gonna be recommending is making some modifications to our salary schedules for teachers, certificated support staff, which is basically certificated staff who are not teachers and not administrators. So those are things like counselors, psychologists, OT, behaviorists, nurse. And then some recommendations for the administrator salary schedule as well. And you can see, if you're a detail person, I'm gonna go into detail in the next couple of slides, but if you're not a detail person, basically what we're looking at is that for teachers, the transition would be about a 7% increase from where they are this current school year. There would also be a longevity bonus for people that have been part of our school for an extended period of time. For the certificated support staff, about a 3% increase for everyone as a whole, but a 17% increase for counselors. So we get closer to that Natomas Unified competitive rate, also a longevity bonus. And then for administrators, principals or academy administrators would see about a 10% increase. And the central services, sort of like our directors group, would see about a 5% increase, also still have a longevity bonus. On our current salary schedule, we only have longevity bonuses for administrators. And some feedback from staff has been, if you're gonna do longevity bonuses for administrators, can we also do longevity bonuses for the rest of the staff? So we're starting here. All right, so going on to the next slide. So these are the recommended salary schedules, which are the next approval item in your packet. So the first one is the administrator salary schedule. Basically what we would do here is we would adjust the principal salary schedule so it gets us closer to the competitive wages. This salary schedule is actually sort of built, so on a series of formulas in the background, so that as we adjust the principal salary schedule, all of the other ones adjust as well. So there's same kind of spacing, if you will, between rows. What it would actually do is also bring, so associate principals, so we have an associate principal at PFA and one at Star Academy. They're currently on like a classified management salary schedule. This would bring them on to certificated admin because that's a certificated position now. And then we used to have all these special stipends, like, you know, if you were like, because this was, remember, this used to be the main campus, right, the Blackhart campus. So there was like, if you were the Star Academy principal or the PAC principal, you got special stipends. If you were the PFA principal, because it's bigger than Leading Edge, you got a little stipend. That made sense maybe 10, 15 years ago when we were sort of the main campus and 2 satellite campuses. But now as we're moving over to PAC and the academies are a little bit more autonomous, we want to sort of standardize this a little bit, so we would remove some of those. And then there would be a longevity bonus. So if you have more than 5 years of service at Natomas Charter School, you get an extra 1.5%. If you get 10 or more, it's 3%, and then 15 or more, it's 5%. Next one. And then, so the next salary schedule is a certificated support staff. So this is bringing together like our counselors, our school psychologists, our behaviorists, all those people. Similar to administrators in terms of structure, there's levels. Those levels are based on the number of years in the service that they're doing. It would get that counselor starting salary schedule closer to what Natomas schools are offering. And Natomas Unified and the 2 charter schools are definitely our competitors when it comes to counselors. And then growth would be based on experience and actually leadership activities that you're taking on. And so we would also have the longevity bonus there, similar to the admin one. And so you can see counselors is about 17% increase, psychs about a 3% increase, sped staff about a 5% increase. One thing I should mention on both the administrator and this one that I'm talking about, I literally have created a spreadsheet where we've done modeling for every single employee so that we could get numbers to really try to understand, like, first, can we afford this and what is it gonna take, right? Next one. So teacher salary schedule transition. So this is the bigger one. So this is our current salary schedule. If you've never looked at it, it's a very unique salary schedule. It's not based on like steps and columns of units. It's actually based on portfolios. So when Ting took over as our executive director 12 years ago now, something like that, she actually inherited 5 separate salary schedules that all had different ranges. And, you know, PACT people made less than Leading Edge people, but Leading Edge people made less than PFA. It was a whole thing, right? So when we were in the recession, as we were coming out of the recession, she was just, her first goal was just like, let's get everyone on the same salary schedule. And then we wanted to move away from units because a lot of school districts use units as sort of a proxy for if you take more college units, therefore you'll be a better teacher. There's actually no research that shows that those two things go together. It's also a little pay to play, right? Like you can only get more income if you're willing to pay for college units. So we went to this portfolio-based salary schedule where teachers basically, like you start off at like year 1 at the top and you make your way down. And at year 4, if you want to jump to level 2, you have to do a portfolio. And you make your way down. If you want to jump to level 3, you do a portfolio and so on. The challenge with this is it commingles years and expertise, and that has become a really big problem as we're trying to bring in teachers from outside of Natomas Charter School. Someone walks in with 10 years, they're expecting to be placed on the 10th row of that salary schedule, regardless of if that's their skill level or not. And just frankly, as it's gotten more and more challenging to place people, I've had to put people further down on the salary schedule than they should probably be solely based on the skill level, but it's the only way to be financially competitive. That in itself is also creating some inequity, right? Like if I got hired during the recession versus if I got hired last year, I'm in 2 very different places on the salary schedule. So we're trying to kind of look at that as well. Next one. So this year, so since I took over as executive director, feedback about the salary schedule has been something I've constantly heard. I know some of you mentioned you've heard it as well, just when you've done interviews with employees and stuff. And so this year I organized a teacher salary schedule committee with some leaders from each of the academies. You can see their names up there. And basically we came together and really looked at the salary schedule, what's working, what's not working. And the overall feedback is that there is some inequity, there's limited ability to grow professionally, you're kind of just doing 1 step a year. I mean, if you're placed in level 2, but you really feel like you're level 4, there's no way to really prove that. Also, but there's some strength to it too. Everyone said this portfolio process is actually really, really good. We don't want to lose that. Many teachers said that's actually the best professional development I get because I have to put together sort of a showcase of what I can do as a staff member, and I get to have other people come into my classroom and provide me feedback. There's others who didn't love it as much, but this was some of the feedback that we got. But what people said is that rubric that we used needed more refinement, that it needed more objectivity, and it needed more accountability. One thing that was very interesting to hear from the teachers is that they felt we needed a structure that would kind of hold some people back and not let them move forward because they weren't ready to move forward. But they also understood that the way this is currently structured, you can, if I as administrator say, Jen is not ready to move on, Jen can't receive any additional compensation, regardless of how many more years she's sort of stuck at that level. And so it's hard as an administrator to say, Jen, you're not ready to move forward, when you know that that's creating a financial hardship for them, especially in this current job market where they could just hop to another school district, right? So it's this sort of tension that's created. So we're trying to kind of address that. Next slide. So this, in working with the teachers, this is what we came up with. So it's a salary schedule that structurally looks kind of similar to what school districts have, in that there's a series of years that go down, right? You can get up to 30 years on the salary schedule. And then there's a series of columns going across. So if I was a brand new teacher and I had my preliminary teaching credential, I would start at year 1 in the innovator level A column. If I did not yet have my teaching credential, like I was in an intern program, I would be in that intern column, right? But let's say I'm a brand new teacher, level 1. I teach for 6 years in that particular column. And then if after my 6th year, I think I'm ready to demonstrate that I can move over to leader, which is level B, I do a portfolio and I'm able to jump over. Now, let's say though, year 6, I'm having a baby or my wife's having a baby and I'm like, I don't have time to do a portfolio right now. I can still stay in column A and still keep accruing years. And then if I want to, maybe at year 10, I can do my portfolio. So I have some flexibility in terms of when I can do the portfolio. But let's say I hop over into B, same sort of thing, I do up to 6 years, and then I can hop over to C. And then 3 years later, I can do something called continuing education. So one of the pieces of feedback that we got from teachers is that if you're in what's called level 4 on our current salary schedule, there's no financial incentive to continue to grow professionally. I mean, there's an ethical incentive because I'm a professional, but there's not a financial incentive. And so this continuing ed column, what this would be is that basically every 3 years, teachers submit 90 hours of continuing education that they did outside of the workplace. So maybe it's a conference that I went to. Maybe it's during the summer, I went to a training that Courtney put on for math space or CPN or something like that, right? So it's basically like I'm gonna accrue those 90 hours that way. Another way that you can get continuing ed is if you got your national board certification and you maintained your national board certification. So if you're not familiar with that process, it's a pretty laborious process that a teacher can go through that basically they document that they teach at a very high level standard. And there's actually a lot of research that shows that national board teachers are very strong and highly qualified teachers. And so a lot of school districts have actually made some recent investments in trying to get national board teachers by maybe they'll have like a $1,500 stipend or a $2,500 stipend on their salary schedule. So we're just doing it here is we're building it into the salary schedule as an additional 3.5% bump. So the thing that we had to figure out though is how would we, you can go next slide, how would we equitably transition people to the salary schedule? And we had some lessons learned from the last time we did it. The last time we went through this transition, when Ting went from 5 to 1 salary schedule, it was totally based on money and nothing else. And that actually worked-ish. It also created some challenges though. So what we came up with was that first we are gonna transition everyone based on money. So everyone would get at least a 2% increase over what they are projected to make next school year. And I'm intentionally not comparing it to what they're making this school year, but what they're making next school year, because on our current salary schedule, all of those levels are not equal. Some parts on salary schedule, it's a 2% jump. Some parts on the salary schedule, it's a 5% jump. So we based it on 2% on what you're supposed to be making next school year. So everyone will get that as a minimum. And then we would place people based on years. So if you don't have your credential yet, we've got a couple people who don't have their credential yet because they're in intern programs. They would end up in the first column in the yellow cell based on the number of years of experience they have. If you had 1 to 10 years of teaching experience, you'll be in the blue column. If you have 11 to 20 years of teaching experience, you'd be in the red or B column. And then if you had 21 or more years of teaching experience, you would be in the green column. And what we're looking at is we're looking at first just financial placement, but then on the years part, what we're really looking at are Natomas charter school teaching years, because we have a number of teachers who on the current salary schedule, their years that they've actually taught at Natomas charter school are not fully accounted for, which if they went to another organization, those years would be fully accounted for. And so we want to make sure, it's really that retaining part of attract and retain, right? And so then the orange zone is one of the things we had to sort of address is, let's say I get placed in A8 because I have 8 years of teaching experience, but I'm totally good to do the B. Like I looked at the rubric, I see what it says, I'm a really good teacher. What we're saying is you can do a portfolio realignment. And so what will happen in this process is I will actually meet with every single teacher one-on-one with their principal and say, this is where we're placing you based on these factors. And if that person says, I want to do a portfolio realignment, we say, no problem. We're going to create a list of everyone that wants to do a portfolio realignment. And basically, we're going to do a randomized lottery where over the next 3 school years, you can do your portfolio realignment. You still are going to get years as you're going down, but you could do your portfolio realignment. So that would be our transition process. Next slide. And then we also next year would launch that continuing ed, because we're going to have some people in the C column, right? And so they can start accruing their 90 hours of continuing education. That what we set up is that they would get it they could start getting it after July 1. And then basically in 3 years, they would turn in those hours, and then it would allow them to do the bump over to the next column in 27, 28. And then kind of moving forward, the process would be, as we bring someone in, they're going to get placed in either A or B based on their years of experience. And then they have to be with us for at least 2 years and have 2 positive evaluations before they can ask to do a portfolio. So if they're placed in an area where they could jump over to the next column, they have to have 2 years of positive evaluations before they can do that. Similar for all other employees moving forward. The rubric that we're using for this portfolio process will also be the evaluation tool that principals use with their teachers. And you have to have 2 positive evaluations before you can petition your principal to move forward, move over a column on the salary schedule, and the principal has to sign off on it. All right, so what about the state budget? Because Anita was just talking about that. So remember last month, Anita mentioned to us that just to deal with the change in COLA, we need to reduce $600,000 from our budget. In order to make the changes that I'm recommending tonight next year, we need to reduce another estimated $770,000. And then you can see the years out, it's like 450 and 267. So it's like 1.3 in the first year and then 450 and 267 in the last year. Here's the good news. We've actually already identified the majority of those cuts. So Anita and I are confident that if the governor's January budget proposal numbers stay, that we could bring to you a balanced budget in June, even with these changes. However, we know that, come May 15th, the governor is going to give us some surprise numbers, and we don't know really what those surprise numbers are going to look like. We're hoping that it's similar to what he's presenting in January, but it could be something different. We just won't know until May. So there is a chance that, if you guys approve the salary schedules tonight and we go through the whole process of placing everyone, which I think is the thing that we need to do, it's my recommendation, we could end up in a place that we are deficit spending come May or June when we're approving the budget. But as we just looked at in the previous documents, we have funds set aside in our reserve specifically for this type of thing. We have 1.8 million set aside in salary and benefits as a reserve. We also have another 800,000 set aside for STRS and PERS contributions, because that $767,000 isn't just the raise, it's also the estimate of the statutory benefits that go with it. So STRS and PERS, other, unemployment, that sort of thing. Because for every dollar that we put on the certificated salary schedule in terms of wages, it's actually about $1.25 in terms of cost to the school. So that 767 right there is the raise plus 25% for those statutory benefits. Next slide. So this would be our potential transition process. So tonight, we're reviewing with you guys. You could approve the salary schedules. And then if you do approve the salary schedule, my goal would be to sort of do a roadshow with staff members before spring break, especially the teachers, kind of explaining what this whole process is going to look like. And then after spring break, those individual meetings with teachers to review their placements. And then, I shouldn't say teachers, all certificated staff to review their placements. And then human resources would use that information to create updated salary agreements for everyone. In an ideal world, we wouldn't we wouldn't be doing any of this until after we know what the state budget is, right? That's not the world that we live in. We live in this funky budgeting world where we have to do the best that we can with the information that we have. But I do worry, especially looking at this comp study, if we don't make some of these investments, it is going to be challenging for us to attract and retain our employees. And we have been setting aside money in our reserves specifically for times like these. The intention of that salary and benefits reserve is that we can continue to maintain, competitive employment even when we're going through economic downtimes. And to be completely frank, if we come back and after the budget's passed in, June, July, and there's a significant hole in our budget, then we are gonna have to make some trimming. We'll be able to get through next school year just fine, but it would be the next 2 school years out that we'll be having to look at things like maybe changes in class sizes or, combining, programs or some of the supports that go around with programs. It would be something that we need to look at that time. Questions? A lot of information.
It is, yeah. It sounds to me, this is an amazing plan, by the way. It kind of reminds you of the COVID plan, AB days, and that kind of, this has that feel. And I'm assuming, and I'm thinking that this would help, like you say, to keep our folks and to attract folks that we need. And I think this sounds very creative to me, in terms of how all that input you got for this. And for the reserves, you said, you said it very quickly, was that the 800, I put 8.
There's 2 parts. So if you look on page 40 of what Anita was presenting, it's this page with the pretty bars.
All right,
Towards the bottom where you can see the end balance distribution, that's G.
Okay.
So we have 1.8 million reserved for salary and benefits.
Oh, okay.
And we have 800,000 other reserves, and it says STIRS, PERS,
Got it.
et cetera.
Okay.
And we have some other money there. I don't think we're going to need all of this money. Like, I do think that for everything I'm hearing, I think it's going to be the January numbers-ish. I think the question will be, are there deferrals built into that? What is that looking at? Because, the good news is, at least since January, the stock market has been pretty strong, which in California, that is hugely important for our tax revenues because we have such a progressive tax structure. We tax wealthy people to pay for schools for the most part. And that a lot of that is coming from income from investments. Jen?
Yes. A couple of things. So can I just ask for this slide that we put a note on there that includes the salary, the retirement contributions as well?
Yeah.
And then the schedule that you showed, that doesn't include the longevity bonuses, right? Those are just the bases?
It is actually on the salary schedule. It might not have been up there on the screenshot. I apologize.
I know it's in the left corner, but do the numbers take it into account?
Right.
No, so they get their base salary plus the longevity.
So it's an add-on, when we
Yeah.
calculate it, so, depending on, it's individual based.
Sure, yeah, so I would make sure that when you roadshow it, that's really highlighted.
Okay.
Um,
And really the intention there is that if we have someone who's been at Natomas Charter School for 15 years versus someone who walks in with 15 years, we want to be able to say to the Natomas Charter School person, thank you for sticking with us for 15 years. We really appreciate that. And you shouldn't be at the same exact place that someone who just walked in with 15 years should be at. And so it would be their base salary plus whatever the percentage is of that particular place.
Great, and then you have quite a committee.
Yeah.
We all think this is impressive, right? But we're not on the salary schedule. Yeah, for the record, the director's that's not us.
And we should be on this.
That's the next one. No, but joking aside, what does it feel like to the committee? Like, does this feel like, everybody's grateful for a salary increase, but does it feel like it's somewhere between grateful and, enough, right?
I know I have 2 people smirking in the background who said
we
things
should
to
ask.
me. Megan and Courtney, is there anything you want to add? Megan was on the committee.
Oh, I was on the committee, so I can give a little feedback. I think all the things that the whole committee brought up, and I do want to point out there was a wide range of seasoned staff, but some of the staff have been there, this is my 6th year, to some of the staff that have been there 20 plus years. So I just want to say that was a wide range of talk about that. And I think one of the things that this fixed, and we were very careful of, because the last time there was adjustment of the salary. Longevity, people got kind of, in a better word, screwed out of the system because everyone else got bumps except for people who've been there. So this takes into that fact that everyone's gonna see a nice kind of cushion on that.
And then Courtney, what have you heard so far?
What have I heard?
Yeah,
I mean, I think they're gonna need some explanation.
yeah.
I think there's a lot of questions, especially about the continuing ed, which actually you clarified for me. I still had questions, but you clarified that. So I think just making it very clear. I think it's gonna go over really well. It's going over very well for me. Having come here with, how many years in was I?
You're like 11 or 12.
I was like 15 or 16 years in, because next year will be my 22nd year. So looking at this and knowing what is out there at other districts, this is so much more reasonable when I take into account how many years I have in. So it's kind of a relief for me.
So I know I just put the two of them on the spot, but I mean, what I've kind of heard has been generally positive.
Yeah.
Can I also mention too that from an HR standpoint too, because Joe does make all the offers pretty much and stuff, unless he's done, right? But it also, as we move forward with this placement, everything will be documented. So you can see, why did the executive director place me here? What years is he counting towards this? And, especially if someone's coming in from the outside, we also have teachers that are dance teachers, art teachers and stuff, where, and it still maintains some flexibility on his end to be able to be competitive as well. But the nice thing for my HR staff is that we can be really consistent and say, this is the documentation. We'll have documentation for the continuing ed to make sure that nothing's falling through the cracks.
Can I point out something that was kind of brought up, and I want to point out why we like the continuing ed, is that there's a variety of ways to get there, and it's not just credits. So it was brought up, I'm a single mom, I'm an empty nester now, but I got my education while my daughter was a toddler. And there would be no way in my whole education career that I could afford to take those credits to move up into it. And that was brought up a lot, and a couple other people brought up that buying units, as you said, is very difficult for some of us, and does not mean anything that we're not a bad teacher, right? Like we're grabbing things, professional development, anything for free we can get our hands on, we're soaking it up. So we just want to appreciate the fact that there's a lot of variety of ways that you can get into that extra. It could be local, it could be within our school, it could be outside. There's so many different ways that you can get that extra put in the last column, which I think is really important when you're looking at.
And I think we also get so much support for doing PD here that I think that it's almost like built into our system, right? Where there's funds to help us get to PD, go to conferences, all those things. It just feels like it's gonna be a good cycle of take advantage of what we offer you. Now go do the thing. Now we're gonna reward you with this, right? I think it's gonna make so much more sense. I think people are gonna be excited about it.
Yeah, I like all the conference stuff, but on the compensation schedule, it looks, did I read that right? You're not compensating for them until they've worked 16 months?
Yeah, that's
Can they
a good question.
not?
So that's a good question. So basically that continuing ed in terms of a additional compensation that you get, yes, you don't get that until you're in column C. But what's in the portfolio rubric is that in order to be able to advance across the columns, there's a minimum number of hours that you have to do each year of continuing ed. The difference between the continuing ed on the salary schedule versus what is, let's say if I'm at level A or level B teacher, is level A and level B teachers, that continuing ed could happen as part of their regular compensation. Whereas if you're trying to go into the continuing ed column, you're getting additional compensation. So we're basically asking that it's done, outside of the workday. Probably summer conferences is how most people would do it. Any other questions?
So does that mean then that, so in terms of your question, so they can work towards that throughout? They don't have to?
It's not that you are working towards the continuing ed column, but you need to get continuing ed in order to move across the portfolio. Yeah.
Is there a specific number of hours that they would have to do, or?
Yes, there is. I just can't remember off the top of my head. I can't remember. I want to say we went with 15 a year when you're in your portfolio years. years. Yeah,
And again, that's I just wanna put, there's flexibility in that.
Yeah.
Where some schools, say you have to get this many within a year, and like you said, life happens, or, there's no way that, beforehand, now as an empty nester, I could probably get them all done in a year, right? That gives you options within that to flex those when you wanna get those done.
Okay, so with that, there's a lot of information. There are 2 action items. So there is approval of the compensation study that you're basically approving that you've received the compensation study. That's what that means. And then approval of the salary schedules, if that's what you want to do, is the second section.
All right, may I have a motion to approve the 2024 compensation study?
I'll motion.
Thank you, Mallory. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Preeti, thank you very much. You're welcome. Roll call vote, Nita.
Yes.
Preeti.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Ooh, a little delayed, yes. Still hesitancy. Wow. All right, Jennifer, yes. Gina? Maria?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Mallory?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a break. May I have a motion to approve the 2024-25 salary schedules?
I so move. I'll second.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Gina, for the second. I will do a roll call vote. Nita?
Yes.
Preeti?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes.
Yes.
Gina's a yes. Maria?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Mallory?
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
Thank you all.
Thank you. It's obviously very important to the board, and I know personally it's very important to me that we recognize all the great work that everybody does here, so thank you all. We do what we can do. Next up. Okay. Approval of Central Services Administrative Assistant job description.
So as I've gotten settled in this role and understood all the work that needs to happen on the back end, there's definitely a need to have someone behind the scenes to help support the work in terms of attendance, behavior, mental health support, things like that. And so as a team, we've developed, in partnership with Amy, developed a job description for a Central Services Administrative Assistant who would really help on the back end of things, and then also supporting with some of the special education. Do you want me to go any further than that?
No, I mean, the only thing I would add is it's different than our other administrative assistant positions in that it's a year-round position. Our other administrative assistant positions are based on the school calendar. So this one is a 260-day total position throughout the year. So it's more similar to like a business office work schedule. But
So,
the person would be supporting Amy and Petra with student services and special ed, and then during the summer, supporting the business office.
I see.
okay, so we're approving the job description, but then also that leads to a role, is that?
Yes,
So we talked about, well, never mind. Talk about it later.
Okay, all right, then, may I have a motion to approve Central Services Admin Assistant job description?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, Mallory?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Doug?
Yes.
Preeti?
Yes.
Nita?
Yes.
All right. Board Policy 5113, absences and excuses for classroom-based attendance, second reading.
So I'm being new to this. For a
It's
second
okay.
read, am I asking if there are other questions or?
Nope. So this is second read of the job description of the policy from last month. Any changes that, you guys suggested have been made, although I think they were very minimal, if I remember correctly.
There were 2 suggestions you all made at the last meeting. Those suggestions are indicated with a yellow highlight. And everything else has been cleaned up. So one of them was work day versus school day in the language. We went ahead and cleaned that one up. And then the other one was to provide additional information, period. No extra words after that. So those 2 things happened.
May I have a motion to approve Board Policy 5113?
I'll motion.
Thank you, Mallory. Oh my gosh, I didn't even ask for it.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Gina.
Gina, thank you.
Roll call vote, Mallory?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Gina? Jennifer, I'm a yes. Doug?
Yes.
Preeti?
Yes.
Nita?
Yes.
Okay. So I have to keep looking over here to figure out who's sitting there.
Next one is quick and easy approval These are your
My board.
meeting dates and times for next year.
Nothing on Valentine's Day. 2 5 o'clock meetings reflecting Joe's evaluation process and 2 June meetings for budget approval.
Well, we have a January meeting.
Ooh,
We kept it on there for now, but that might be one that we pull if we don't need it.
Is that not MLK Day?
It is not.
I think it's later in the month.
Yeah, that's true.
It might be the 20th?
Okay.
It's the, isn't always the third Monday?
Is it the third Monday? Okay. Okay, so sometime, okay, gotcha, thank you. All right, may I have a motion to approve?
I so move.
Thank you, Maria, may I have a second?
Second.
Three, two. Tiebreaker.
Did someone else say something?
No, you can.
It's fine, you can have it.
You can have it. It's yours. Sure. I'll take it.
Roll
I'll
call
share.
vote, Nita. Yes. Preeti. Yes. Doug. Jennifer, I'm a yes.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Mallory.
Yes.
Okay.
After spring break, I'll start getting those calendared out for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Corrective action for the audit, Anita.
So back in December, when we presented the audit report that you approved, it contained one audit finding for the annual 22-23 attendance report. And it was a clerical error where a 13.4 ADA for TK was double counted on a supplementary spreadsheet. So if we would have gotten an extension to from our district, then we wouldn't have had this audit finding, but they wanted to make sure that we filed this on time. So the state now, through their attendance software, only opens up windows for corrections during small periods of time. So the window opened up February 15th through the end of February, and we're able to file our revised report. And we are required to have the board approve that corrective action plan. So part of the corrective action plan was submit a new report with the correction. And then also I provided training to the staff regarding the spreadsheets and things like that. So we are required to submit this corrective action plan to the county office with backup and proof that shows that we made the correction. And it is all part of your back.
Okay. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the audit corrective action?
I'll motion.
Thank you, Mallory. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Nita. Roll call vote, Nita.
Yes.
Preeti. Yes. Doug.
Yes.
Jennifer. Yes. Gina. Maria. Sean.
Yes.
Mallory. All right.
Okay.
Enrollment report, Dr. Wood.
Enrollment report, so in your packet, you'll see the enrollment report. Third quarter I should say, comes to a close on Friday. So that's typically when we pause enrollment for the remainder of the year. So this is really kind of looking at where our enrollment stands at third quarter. We might see a few students kind of come or leave at this point. But basically, enrollment was pretty solid this year, similar to budget. And then for next year, enrollment is also looking very strong.
Okay. Questions, enrollment report questions? Okay, math plan workshop, Laura.
Oh, that's me.
Yay!
You get to move around now.
Yeah, you guys get to move around. We'll talk a little.
Okay, so today we're here with our math TOSA, Courtney Selby. And we wanted to just kind of give you guys an overview, I think go to the next slide, of where we are with our math. I know it's one of our big areas of concern, especially looking at our various subgroups. And so our objectives here are that we want you to understand where we're at, how this compares to CASP, and what are the hurdles that are in place. So I'm gonna essentially just hand you over to Selby.
You're all mine. All right, so I'm gonna start kind of way back and go big picture. So way back when I was a new teacher, we had the old standards. And many of you, I think, are now familiar with Common Core standards. I'm not gonna bore you with talking all about that, but you should know, next slide. that the big change was, there it is, that we moved towards not just a list of skills, right, but also the standards for math practices, which, as you can see, as you read through here, is not just can you do the problem, but can you talk about it, can you analyze it, do you understand it, and can you communicate with other people about math? And how that has affected our school, next slide, is it really led us to the curriculum that we're using now. One way to reach students and to get them working through those SMPs is by providing them with tasks that are what we call high ceiling and low floor, right? So low floor means that anyone can jump on, right? Everyone can talk about the problem no matter what your skill level is. But high ceiling means like people can really get in depth, right? So like your high achieving students can really take it further. And so you'll see that in our curriculum that we use for secondary and also at the elementary level. You'll see that we are front loading concepts. You'll see we're looking at data. We're doing a lot of professional development. And then we have a lot of other supports, which I'll talk about later. Go ahead and do your next slide. So looking at some data, so you can see where we are now and kind of where we've been. Do we all understand how to read this? I'm going to talk you through two different ways to look at this graphic. So one thing to know is that if you look horizontally, we're comparing, for example, this top slide or this top row here, we're looking at last year's third graders compared to this, 2 years ago third graders compared to last year's third graders. And so what you can see is the kids are starting to come to us more prepared each year. Does that make sense? Okay. If you look on the diagonal, then you can follow the class. So you can see that third grade class as fourth graders made a ton of growth. Okay. So we can see that's pretty much across the board. We definitely have a few grade levels that maybe did not come to us as prepared, but that's at PACT where our population tends to be a little more transient. But you'll also notice that at PACT, the longer they're with us, the better they're doing.
I'm going to pause Courtney for just a second. So CASP is very strange in how it provides assessment results. So one way to look at your CASP results is what is the percentage of students who are at or above standard. That's the way you most commonly see the data presented. What Courtney is showing you right now is actually a more precise way to look at the data, which is the average student's score compared to the standard. So if you get a 0 up here, that's not a bad thing. That actually means you're at standard. If you have a negative number, you're below standard. If you have a positive number, you're above standard. And so typically a grade level is about 100-ish points, so like when we're looking at STAR, what are now fourth graders, are on average 40 points above the standard, that's a very good score. Whereas like -16, which is where they were the year before, isn't a bad score, but it's like it clearly shows that we have work we need to do. So on average, that group went from 16 points below standard to 40 points above standard over the course of a school year, which is actually really strong. Like if you look at this data compared to what other schools have, this is actually very, very good data. The piece that is kind of the most important to know is, from my perspective, is the diagonal part, because it's showing that kids are growing. But as Courtney is saying, remember there's a pandemic recovery going on at the same time here, right? So we also are, seeing that the kids that are coming to us, the kindergartners are more prepared than the kindergartners the year before them, and then more prepared than the kindergartners before them. And that's partially happening as we go through this recovery because, we closed schools 4 years ago. And so, for our 10th graders, that was when they were in 6th grade. Or for our 6th graders, that was when they were in 2nd grade. And those impacts are still there. We're doing the best that we can to fill those gaps. But especially in a curriculum like math that spirals, it's difficult.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. Can I maybe add, just maybe as clarification, is that also, this allows you to see those kids who are still below grade level, right, but are still making gains, whereas the other where you're only looking at did they meet or exceed is only the kids who are hitting grade level. So you might have a 6th grader that's going from 2nd grade level to 4th grade level. They're still not hitting the 6th grade, but they're making huge progress.
we made the statement, the standard, has that changed? And if so, how? Like, is the standard of how the students are being tested, maybe the content of material or whatever in there, has that changed?
Not in the data that we're showing. TASC has been pretty consistent. Has it changed like long term? Yes, because we
Something like within the
superstar
last
testing. Yeah, from
3 years, 5 years.
TASC is
And it's-
consistent.
Yeah, and especially because we're doing the smarter balanced assessments, that's a nationally, given test. So we're really looking at like the whole nation. That's what the emphasis of the Common Core standards were, is that's common standards across, I think it's 45 states.
And the scale score value for each grade level has not changed.
Yeah, right.
So there's on the back end, it's like, if you're a second grader, to meet standard, you need to get 1563 on the test or whatever, right? And so that number hasn't changed since Smarter Balance was implemented.
Okay, any other questions?
Doesn't look great.
Yeah, and so like I was saying, we do, people come in and out of homeschool, I think, and that's part of the situation there, is that kids come, kids go. For a lot of families, it's like a holding ground until they find their next plan and not the school that they're committed to and they stay with. But again, I wish actually we had the data we were looking at today, this morning, because it showed the PACT iReady data, which we'll look at iReady data shortly, showed that the longer they stay with PACT, the better they're doing.
Which, yeah, especially if you look at 3rd and 4th grade, that's a lot of times where families are realizing like, oh, this traditional setting isn't working, I'm gonna take my kid and homeschool, right, and make that change. And so then you've got possibly kids coming in with deficits, and the parents are bringing them here so they can get the attention and support to start building that, which you are also kind of see that at 6th grade as well.
So your 16 cohort in 3rd grade at PACT in 22. That's less likely to be the same cohort in 23 at 4th grade than it is at STAR or Leading Edge.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes,
Okay.
you're probably
Like
looking at
significantly.
like 5 out of 20 are the same.
Okay, so what are we doing in PFAA from 6th to 7th grade?
What are we doing?
To get from -46 to 52?
Yep.
A lot.
Clearly.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I think that's, what I'm gonna let Courtney.
Yeah, what we're doing is we're introducing a very rigorous curriculum in the 6th grade year. We have made some changes in math placement in the last maybe 4 years. We used to let everyone would come and we would give them a placement test. If they did well, then we would move them up. And actually what we've started doing is saying, you're not advancing over 6th grade. Everyone is going to get the same foundation their 6th grade year, and then you can advance in your 7th grade year. And what that's doing is providing everyone with the foundation that they need. And so I think we're finding that our 6th graders are starting to test better. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you're very expressive, I can tell when you're thinking about it. Any other questions about this data?
On 8th grade.
8th grade? We're
always like 7th, actually.
So 8th, yes.
Are you talking horizontally or diagonally? The
Yeah.
So
PFA,
PFA, 7th, 8th, that period.
So they're increasing, right? They went
Yeah.
from -11 for 7th grade at PFA, or sorry, that's Leading Edge.
Yeah.
To -4, right? So they went up, what is that, 7 points, right? If you look at PFAA 7th grade, they went from a -29 to a 52, so that's like 70-point growth.
But that's not
That's
the same
the-
class.
No,
That's not the same
yeah.
class.
If you're talking about same class,
That's -29 to -42.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I was
Is the
looking at.
-42 miscolored on this?
Well, I was just doing year to year. I was going just
Yeah.
horizontally.
so they're doing better than last year's 8th graders. And I mean, we had some circumstances in 8th grade where we had our teacher had to take significant amounts of leaves because of family illness. And so I think not having their teacher there consistently affected their scores. I think when you see the data that's coming, I think we're gonna see like huge gains in 8th grade this year. I think it's gonna be really significant.
I have a question. So the 6th grade here, that's the first cohort that you started changing that, where you're doing all foundational work, whereas that 7th grade class didn't have that?
No, when did we change that? 4 years ago. So that would be, we won't see their high school data yet.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're like in the middle of getting more data on that. Any other questions before we move on? There's a lot to look at here, yeah, for sure. Okay, I'm ready for the next one. All right, so now we're looking at iReady data. So if you're familiar, I know a lot of you are parents, so you know your kids do iReady at the very beginning of the year. We try and do it within the first couple of weeks of the school year. And then we test again in the middle of the year. So what we're looking at is growth from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year right now. So this current school year. So if you're looking in the blue, you're looking at the percentage of students who have already grown a full grade level in this half of a school year. So even though it maybe seems like the percentages are low, that's actually really remarkable that we have, for example, 34% of our 6th graders have already gone up a grade level. That's pretty amazing. And then the yellow is typical growth net, which comes from iReady, and iReady predicts what is typical growth, like how much would we expect you to grow based on how the program works. So we're seeing we have quite a few, and this is why I'm telling you, man, like look out for the 8th grade scores next year. We have a lot of growth. We've already met the typical growth. Questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So grade 3, I'll just pick it out, right? 29%. They either met or they grew 1+ level.
Right.
So 1 minus 29.
Although think about who grade 3 is, right? So they were our hybrid kindergarten babies, right? And so they might have some holes that we're filling.
Nationwide,
Right.
what the group of students that are the current 3rd graders are the class that it needs the most support.
Okay.
In reading and math, we're looking at math here, but you see it in both, because they were the ones who, it is like the epitome of why in-person kindergarten matters.
For sure.
It's not an experiment we really wanted, but it was, it's
Right.
sort of a natural experiment that we have set up there. You can see the impact of them not having kindergarten.
So, but even, so let me, so I won't pull out population, I'll just ask a clarifying question. We've got blue and yellow, they add up to a number. The difference between that and 100%, they're like kind of, they'd be red, is that right?
Not
No.
necessarily, it just means that they're not, so I guess the yellow are the kids that have already made the expected growth for the year, right?
Okay, so they've
if
been
you're
on track, but.
100 days
done
into
it
the
yet.
school year, you've made 100 days worth of progress, right? That's kind of the yellow kids, right? The blue kids are kids who it's 100 days into the school year and they've made like 150 days worth of progress, right? So that means that there's other kids that might only be at like 96 days of progress, they might be at 80 days of progress, right? So they're in that, it doesn't mean no growth, it just means that they haven't already hit that.
Yeah, they haven't hit
year
these
point.
specific targets, but growth is happening, and you will see that in some data you're gonna look at in a little bit.
All right, so can we go back to the next slide, or the last slide?
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to the 8th grade, yeah, we're seeing some growth. You explained that there's some inconsistency with the teacher. Are we doing anything to improve that? Because we've heard that, there's struggles in finding credentialed math teachers and all that kind of stuff across all levels. We're obviously approved for new positions. We're talking about budgets. We're talking about salaries. What are we doing to solve this problem? Because clearly this problem is affecting the students.
Right, so I mean, our 8th grade math teacher this year is fully credentialed and has quite a few years of experience, so that is going well. In general, I am a support for the teachers, so even our young, new, yes, they're still working towards their internship credential. I'm there as a support for them. We're doing lots of professional development. We're working very closely with CPM, our curriculum We recently went, we were gonna experience it, but we recently went to the CPM conference where we had lots and lots of really great teaching strategies modeled. And so they're getting a lot. They're getting a lot of support.
They're getting mentored, Courtney's pushing into their class, she's modeling things, she's supporting them, giving them feedback. Like we are pouring a ton into those teachers to develop them and keep them happy and keep them here and keep them consistent. That's our goal, 100%. I think about the leading edge math teachers have been more consistent, and to look at the growth of those teachers over the past 3 years of working with Courtney with the CPM, it's phenomenal to see the growth that they've made, and like they're a solid team. They're so it's just PFA is just a little behind that because we're building that team still because we had some movement in that department. But yeah, I think the crew that we've got is very dedicated and happy to be here.
Dedicated, they're on board, they're excited about the curriculum.
Right.
And like I said, those of us who went to the conference were like, this is, and I'm gonna talk about it, it's coming. Anything else about either of these two slides?
The math.
Yes.
Just looking at, it's important, that
Yes.
environment. I know we try to create the math t-shirts to make math cool. It's a difficult subject, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear as to, or we're clear as to how those areas are being addressed as far as the problems and then, how they're being solved. So, cool, thank you.
Okay, you wanna move me ahead to, were there any more questions about this one or can we move it along? All right, let's go to the next one. All right, so kind of going back big picture, I linked these articles into these slides, not thinking about the fact that you guys have them printed, but I can share these with you digitally. There are some really interesting reading that you can do about math recovery since COVID. And you'll see, I read through the article, these are the highlights that I feel really apply to our school. There's definitely a problem with attendance. People got real comfortable staying home, and they're still really comfortable staying home, unfortunately. I don't blame them. It's really nice to stay home in your jammies, but you have to come to school and learn. So that's something I know all the academies are working on. It's not a piece of my work, but I know it's a piece of all the principals' work for sure. We do still have, just as we talked about, the third graders really struggling because they missed that kindergarten year. We can really see in each class what skills they're missing because of the year that they were not at school. Does that make sense? So each grade kind of has their own thing that we are working on. So for example, students in grades 3 to 5, they still need to work on their number facts at a level that they wouldn't normally need. But because they missed that distance learning year, we have that gap that we're all working towards closing. You'll find that students are still struggling with their mental health, and that is pulling kids out of school sometimes as well. And then of course, as we've already talked about, the teacher shortage is a very real thing. So go ahead and move on. So from that study, excuse me, from that study, I also pulled one of their resources, which I thought was really interesting. There is a study that was a collaboration between Stanford and Harvard about academic recovery from the COVID years. And you'll see, this is big picture, but you can see it's both math and reading. You can see where we are as a state, right? Not as good as everybody, but better than most. And so what this is showing you is the average change in test scores as far as state testing from 2019 to 2023. So you can see almost every single state is still behind. Like everyone is trying to close the gap right now. That's just like the world of teaching. Are there any questions?
So the x-axis, is that down?
Yes.
40?
So all of these states are a negative. Yes.
It's the average, it's
It's average. It's the average score, not percent. Is that what you were asking?
Okay, average score.
Average score.
Basically what this is saying is that we're behind where we would have been pre-pandemic because we're on the negative side of the axis, but it's ranking all of the states. And you can see that, we're doing better than some. And then, Alabama's at the top, which as we were talking about, the article made us wonder, well, maybe it wasn't that great before the pandemic. So it is comparing, I mean, I'm not trying to get judged about them. I'm just saying that this data is comparing where you were before the pandemic to where you were after the pandemic. That doesn't mean that as a state, you had 100% mastery before the pandemic and now you're suddenly behind. It's just looking at where you were there versus where you were then.
And we are doing better than the state, so.
Well, so
Yeah, the Tacoma Charter
Yeah,
itself
the
is
charter
higher.
schools, yeah, would be higher.
All right.
Yeah. So anyway, it's a really interesting study to look at. I recommend it. Happy to send out links if anyone is interested. But those were some of the highlights from some current research that has been published. All right, let's move on. Okay, so some strategies that are in place. I think I've already talked about a few of these, but these are all the things that we're providing for students who need extra support. We have our support classes, we have win time, depending on the Academy Learning Lab, right? We're using our data to provide informed instruction. And Laura and I had already talked about my role in classes occasionally. And we also have we have co-teaching going on, which I don't think I've mentioned yet, where there is a co-taught class at each level of math at PFAA. So we're working on that, which means there's an ed specialist, a special ed teacher, and a math teacher co-teaching every single class. So that's supporting our students with IEPs. Questions about what's going on now? Okay, next slide. All right, it is your time. You have been sitting for far too long. And we're gonna get up, we're gonna look at some data. You're gonna experience a little bit of what class is like now. We're using CPM. I'm gonna ask the directors to join too. So one thing that we are working on is using randomization groups and random name calling. You're about to experience that for yourselves. And yes, you have to get up and move around a little bit. I don't think you'll be sorry. You've been sitting a long time. Yeah. You want to join?
Oh, I already got one.
You already got one. No, I gave you one. All right. All right. So when I say go, you're going to use your card. Have you looked at your card?
Oh, no.
Oh my gosh, you guys are such goody goodies. You didn't even peek. I love it. You're allowed to. You're allowed. You're such rule followers. I love it. You can look at your card. Your card is going to tell you which data you'll be looking at first. So over here, we have some data for you to look at. I also put a little bit of vocabulary that you might find useful as you're looking at the data. So if you have a club, you'll start over here. If you have a heart, you will start over here and you'll meet with whoever your group is. You'll be looking at some data, and again, there's a little bit of assistance here for you. And then if you have a spade, you'll be back. That's where you'll start. You will visit all 3 stations. You're going to look at the data, you're going to chat with your group members. I'm going to hand out markers in a few minutes, and you're going to write down what you noticed and what you wonder, right? So what are some things that stand out to you? And what are some questions you might have? Does that make sense? Is there any questions? All right, go find your groups.
Really I totally meant to this time. I almost went back to learning how to grab my, we have those seating mats.
Oh, yeah. All right, I am gonna time you once you get to your groups. I'll give you a minute and a half. Are you doing okay on time? Who? Oh, the hand-ups, yep.
I know, one of my.
Go, Maria. Right here, maybe I'll have everyone write and then we'll just walk around and look.
Okay.
I know, I meant to bring mine last time I tried,
Like, call you for markers.
Is it?
Just start writing. If anyone would like to copy of the data. Anyone wants their own copy of this data? It's the same thing. You just want your own. You guys need your own.
That was scary.
One.
Yeah. Weird, like, if you're starting out like mid or above grade level, like how much like percent do you expect to be? Can I see clarifying question? So like this mid or above grade level, like we have about 60% making some growth, right? 16% are gonna make about 1 year's growth. 30% are gonna make the grade level standard. So if they're starting above standard, is there like a regression? Like where there's like 60% of, they tested mid or above grade level. Only like 30% of they're gonna make it to grade level. Is that, are we reading this too?
No, I have a question. I'm not sure. It's a good question. 30%.
What would make more sense is this is like expected to make one grade level.
Yes, that is what that is.
I think that's what this means, is expected to make one grade level.
Yeah, isn't that what that is?
Go back.
By January.
Oh, by January.
I think this is by the end of the year.
Okay.
So it should be by January, by the end of the year. Which would make, the numbers would make more sense.
Yeah, right.
Because you're starting above grade level, getting grade level standards, you're not all gonna make that in years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so what did I notice? It's smiley face. That's
So
almost.
the kids are making growth. I would also notice that more growth is happening, looks like in the middle school than in the elementary, not that elementary is bad, they just want to be the more.
I know, I was enjoying it.
Kids who are most effective at the elementary. I would say looking at the data as a whole, we seem to be doing better for the kids that are coming in mid or we're doing a better job supporting them in middle school than we are in elementary. That's right, like mid or above grade level in elementary school, about 60% of them are making growth, whereas almost 80% of them are making growth in middle school.
That's within the grade level.
Right. And so this one, the middle or
Amongst the peers.
Okay, you have one more minute to write what you notice and what you wonder up on the board. Is there
Is this the whole school or just one academy? Or is there a difference between academies? Yes, I suspect.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
no, I see what you're saying, so they're already. They're trying to play catch up.
Yeah, using one curriculum, yeah. And they are.
Right.
So I guess another one would be the elementary to middle school transition. Any other wonderings that we have from the data?
It doesn't.
My wondering would be how does this compare to
Yeah. So that this is, okay, so this would be all, we would have this written. And so,
And then I guess the last one would be this is higher.
yeah, so, yeah, and if this,
Thank you.
Okay, finish up your thoughts.
So much.
right.
So the equity
is substantially greater than that.
Correct.
So that's what I was wondering, how do we get to that heavy?
I know, we were just
portion?
Well, they're making progress, they're making progress.
Right.
Two A's and two B's.
Yep, 2 A's, 2 B's, you got it. 2 more B's.
No, it's No, my legs are sore from working out.
Oh, you got to
All right. In the interest of time, we're gonna do something a little bit different than I originally planned.
You need to go dig deeper into it.
Finish your thoughts and give me your attention.
We talk about.
You're talking so much, I love it though. All right, so what we'll do instead of everyone going to everything is that we're going to change groups. So what you're gonna do is find your group that has the same number on your card and share out your takeaways from the data that you looked at, because each group looked at a different data set. We'll sort of have a little debrief together, and then we'll share out our thoughts, and then we'll move on.
So in a traditional class, we would then rotate around and we would go to each of the things before we share out, but we're condensing it.
Yes, trying to shorten it because it is late. It is late. But I thank you for your participation. All right, so find your new group and share your takeaways and your questions.
Sixes.
Oh,
Sixes. Come on over, sixes.
I see a king coming our way.
Queens, who's got queens?
Who are the
Queens?
queens?
Last meeting ends at 4.
Oh, we'll call you a 6. You can be with us.
Alright.
Okay, so Sean and I were starting, and we were looking at this.
All right, so you have 1 minute. You have 2 minutes to quickly share out with your new group. What did you notice? What do you wonder about your data set?
And then where they're at. Making growth, how many of them did at least one grade level. And how many were projected to get at least one grade level course of growth by the end of the year. And what we noticed, which we think is interesting, is kids in middle school are actually growing faster than kids in elementary school. Our elementary school growth is actually pretty good. It's just our middle school growth. We don't know, that was one of our wonderings, like trying to better understand. It could be, I think the part is the difference in curricula and also like middle school. Right now they are just because, I'm an 8th grader, that was when I was a 4th grader, that type of thing, right? Yeah, so it could be that this is not saying that we are starting at full stop, right? It's just saying that, how much progress. Some of our wondering was, is school-wide just also, like, how does it connect to class? Are we seeing similar rates of growth? Yeah. And then, how does this compare to other schools that have at least similar growth? So that was ours. Yeah.
We live out that way. Yeah.
It could be. I mean, one of the challenges with this is if you think of past, like, how would we run a model? We don't have the ability to have it. So instead we have to do these other things. What's your strengths like? What's your lowest capacity? All of the ideas are those things, if those are good, they will help you run a little better, right? But that's actually a real challenge, is that it's like summative engineer assessment, and there's not good, like, where we have to use this other tool. Similar.
Okay, 30-second warning.
Okay.
And then. Okay, when you get to a stopping point, please raise your hand so I know your group is ready.
Oh, and I need to see the right one. But they mix it up. Oh my God.
It is. But I think the other challenge with this too is that we're saying, like, the students where they're not getting credit and it's not, necessarily where you make those, it might still be way below grade level, but you're making growth.
I am almost.
This is not, so it's a very apples to oranges comparison. Yeah.
Right, math.
Her last one is.
And what this might do is
All the way down. What are you doing? What is all
you can go, okay, how far are you?
Like, how do you feel about whatever? And the response was, well, I'm a machine, so I don't have emotion.
But by fourth grade, you're -5.
That's what ChatGPT says.
But you still have that standard, so you're still showing up with this 0%.
I just copy pictures without any like. So you gotta like, right.
They're making growth, that's not a 1 year's worth of growth, yeah.
Are we in a good place to be done?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
You want us to go back to our seats?
you can stay with your group for a second. I want to hear one notice and one wonder from each group, and then we'll take our seats. I'm gonna start back here. You guys are ready.
A notice that we had is that our middle school students are making more growth on iReady than our elementary school students are. And that's not saying that elementary school students are bad, just comparatively speaking, there's more growth in middle school. A wondering we had about that was kind of twofold. How does it compare to CAST, and how does it compare to schools with similar demographics as ours? You know, are we making, if you will, the expected level of growth, or are we above, or are we below? And then once again, how does that translate to CAST come this spring?
That's next. A notice and a wonder?
Are you talking about this group or?
The three of you.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
You're a group. It doesn't have to be
Go
that
ahead.
data specifically.
No? Okay, so we also were seeing that, that the middle school was making significant progress, especially like the English learners, right? And seeing that they're getting that, daily class of the academic language development, which doesn't touch on math as the content, but it is building their skills. And so, overall, we saw a lot of kids that were, like Amy was talking about in the ethnic subgroups, you know, where we're seeing a lot of growth, like 70-80% of the kids are making growth, but, you know, less are, you know, like 40-30% are expected to hit grade level. That's because they might be growing to make up for lost time. And so they might not still be here, but they're moving up, right? And so that's where iReady gives us that ability to see that growth differential, even if they're not hitting the mark.
Okay, what do you wonder? What does your group wonder?
What do we wanna see how this turns out. We wanna know, you know, what it's gonna look like at the end of the year. This is just a midway process.
All right, over here. A notice and a wonder?
Disparities in IEP groups. Obviously IEPs are for those that are struggling, and all groups have been impacted, whether you're IEP or not. But a wonder is just, you know, ways to improve the equity within across those groups. Because obviously there's different needs, but again, you know, some of those needs are greater, and then we're not seeing exceeding or meeting the expectation. How can we improve that?
Okay. And then a notice and a wonder back here? You can't walk away from it.
Yeah, so, the wonder we had, I'm gonna steal it from you. Is the data, what's the data look like by academy?
By academy,
And
oh,
is this
yeah.
NCS only or,
Yeah, this is NCS only.
or there's all of
Yes.
So now we're gonna-
NCS only. Okay.
And then what do we notice, I think some of the students 6 to 8 is performing better than the lower grades.
Which they have
They're
more,
growing more
they're
than
growing,
lower grades.
yeah, so-
Yeah.
which they have more to grow, right? If they have deficits, like, whereas the 3 through 5, they might only have 3 years,
Yeah.
you know, so.
Yeah.
You never know.
There's more of a gap to fill in middle school, and we're working hard at it. Okay, thank you so much for your participation. Please go back to your seats. Oh, I'll take your cards. I probably need those back. White old white ones, people can't steal them. All right.
Okay.
All right, so just I'll finish up with a where are we headed? A little preview of where we're going. You guys are such good students. So I think a lot of your notices and wonders, even though we didn't get to hear them all, are all kind of pointing in one direction. And this is the direction that we're heading. As I said, many of us went to the CPM conference. It turns out it was almost like having a Building Thinking Classrooms conference. That's what it was mostly about, largely because it aligns so much with the curriculum that we're using. So we are looking at, in the future, next year, doing a Building Thinking Classrooms book study. Building Thinking Classrooms has 14 teaching practices, and they are designed to provide equity in the classroom. We're also looking at grading for mastery. We didn't get to look at any grades data because I didn't want to overwhelm you with data tonight. I feel like you've seen a lot. But that is something we're working on now, and we're going to continue to work on having grades really demonstrate their mastery level in mathematics. Excuse me. We're also looking, I know there was a notice and a wonder about students with IEPs. We are looking at alternative pathways for our really low students to get them to meet those graduation requirements, to get them there. Oh, I touched something I shouldn't have. Okay, sorry, it beeped at me. And then also continuing to work with our co-teaching model in math. And then we're looking at a little bit more PD for our ed specialists this summer so that they're really in the same place as the math teachers with understanding the curriculum. We just couldn't send everybody because then everyone would be gone. So we started with the math. Any questions? I think that's my last slide. Are there any questions? No, would you guys like me to email you the slides so you have all the things? You can have the links. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure you have the links to some of those articles as well, which I thought was so smart to link in, and then we printed them for you. So, all right, thank you so much.
Something's up next. Strategic plan, mid-cycle update, Laura.
We'll do this mic quick.
All right. Hello, I'm glad you guys just got to move around, so you're ready for me. So as you know, we did a strategic planning process last year. And so as a part of that is that we do updates for you, because you guys miss me up here at the podium. So we have a whole plan of when we're going to update you on how our strategic planning is going. Go to the next one. All right, so just as a reminder, these are our 20 elements of strategic planning for schools. And through our strategic planning process, we ranked them. Our top 3 are human resources, math, and English. So that's the priority. So we're still going to fund all of these things, but we're going to put more emphasis on the ones that are higher ranked. Okay. Next one, an update on where we are with our human resources. As you heard from Joe, we had our 2024 compensation study. We have been partnering with other agencies in SCOE for our special education contracting. And then the picture there is Amy Kaler, Kiwana Veal, and Felicia Howard from our HR team we had the Charter Collaborative job fair just recently. Next one, please. Math, you might have heard a thing or two about math today. So, some of the things that Courtney didn't talk about is we are having both Ready Classroom and CPM trainers come through, and after they've trained our staff, then they're going through and doing walkthroughs with Courtney and with the teachers to see, how is this translating into teaching in the classroom, and then giving feedback. I know the CPM gal is going to come out, I think, in 2 weeks and go through, and the principals will walk through with Courtney and the trainer and then give feedback and then set specific goals and meet with the teachers. So that continuing feedback, and then Ready just came in, I think, 2 weeks ago. So, okay, next one, English is one of our priorities. We are continuing to work to make sure that all of our PACT and STAR teachers are GLAD trained, which is strategies that promote equity and support all learners. We have adopted our academic language development class for our multilingual learners. And then, of course, our library staff is still working with everyone. To go to the next one, our mental and social emotional wellness has been a big focus as well. We've done a variety of things from collaborating with outside facilitator Akua Ramsey to help with our counseling department. We're looking at our SEL curriculum, lots of equity work going on, listening circles and such. Next one for science. We have made some investments in science recently. We have Amplify in our middle school science classrooms. We're continuing with that. We had new science curriculum for our high school implemented this year. We're continuing with that training. And then, of course, we're continuing with mystery science in the elementary school. Number 6 is new and modernized facilities. There's a picture of our beautiful central services front entryway there. And we're really proud of our bond collaboration with the district. The next one is clean and safe facilities, getting those vape sensors in all the bathrooms, the beautiful fencing here at the Black Rock campus, looking at the field, the track, and that type of thing. Lots of bark. And then there we go, one of my lovely ECA kiddos here giving me a good picture. So are there any questions about our strategic planning? Now, I am going to say, you all had a lovely report. That's, I don't know how many pages long in your packet, so hopefully you had a chance to read that, because I know my reading is quick. Questions? Okay. All right, awesome. Next up. I think it's me.
It's you, don't move.
Teaching and Learning Department update for the 2023-2024 year. All right, next slide, please. All right, so just a little bit of fun. I do a thing or two around here. My favorite is the picture of all of the new staff in front of the bus at our orientation, our staff onboarding. Let's go on to more exciting things, like our math TOSA. So, some of the successes that we have been focusing on is that CPM onboarding for our new staff, really getting them entrenched in it. They're loving it. Mentoring, coaching, and they're doing the PDSA cycles, looking at math both at Star Academy and then at our secondary sites, where they're looking at and trying different strategies and looking at data to see how well that is working. And then we're, of course, refining our instruction and working on those co-teaching practices where you have 2 adults in the room. Next one is our multilingual learner, TOSA Alyssa Ortiz-Khan. So I already talked about the academic language development classes. We're excited to have 44 students who are reclassified. We had a few more after the ceremony because they took their second round of iReady and showed so much progress that we were able to reclassify them. It's awesome. And then let's see. And looking at grades, our scores are going. And then Alyssa is working not only to support teachers with supporting multilingual learners, but she goes in and she's leading our intervention task force, group of teachers who get together to talk about how are we doing intervention for reading. She's training people on curriculum, helping with reading assessments, and just kind of touching all the different classrooms, which is great. Next one, and so the TOSAs, they even go to Disneyland together. That's my favorite picture of them. They have a whole support menu of things that they offer for staff on an ongoing basis, from filming, them in the classroom so that they can then go back and look at what they're doing. They do coaching cycles, co-teaching, all of that. And they're in charge of our new staff orientation, so all new staff, they check in with, give them training, support as they, as we're talking about retaining staff, right, is giving them that person, that go-to that they can get information from. If you go to our library services, wowza, as you can see, being in the library, and it changes every single month. We have a lot of things that are going on with Miss Kelly, our library instructor. So she has been doing a lot of curriculum development support with our teachers, whether it's like history for research projects, she's gathering resources for them. She sets things up in here. I know she worked with Miss Robinson for the Holocaust Day event that they held, lots of engagement, she's part of the DEI support. Let's see, and then Jasmine Crabtree is our library tech, and so she is the amazing person who's making a lot of these different murals and things around the library, and she's jumped into teaching different crafts and things with students for enrichment activities. If you go to the next one, okay, this is Star Academy. We have Mr. Strazo. He was an inspector for a day, but he does the weekly specials with all of the kids, working on getting book circulation, and then collaborating with teachers and making sure that we're supporting them there. The glorious front office staff at BlackRock here is a part of my team. So there's the team, they're super duper, and they're always just rolling with it, no matter what's coming down the pipe. I am so appreciative for them. And the next one, IT team. Jacob Underwood is our new IT manager. If you haven't seen his lovely face around, he's jumping right in and getting his feet wet and getting us rolling. Comes to us with very good knowledge. And when they had their successes and feedback, they were very excited about their IT team feedback survey. So when the staff surveys, it fills out surveys about the directors and principals and administrators, I would have a section in there because my teams want feedback on how they're doing. And their feedback was really, really positive. They were super excited about that because they've been working on customer service and making sure that people's needs are getting met. And so they were super proud. They wanted me to say that. And so, yeah, so there you go. So any questions about the teaching and learning? Amazing team. They might just be the best. I don't know. Maybe just
like
in my
a
heart.
Ready for the next presentation. Yep.
Okay, all right, okay. Maybe they're my favorite teaching and learning staff.
That's fair.
Is that better?
There you go.
That's a good way to do it. Before we get started, I just want to give a shout out to our counselors for sticking it out.
Right? Past their bedtime, I'm sure.
What's that?
Past their bedtime.
So this evening, we just wanted to give you some updates around our college and career readiness for our students. With me tonight is Megan Eichner, and she supports our high school students at PFAA. And Wendy Monk also supports our students at PFAA, and then Zopa supports at both PACT and ACA as well. So thank you ladies for joining. Sorry, can you go back one more? And who's not with us tonight is Michelle Honeycutt, and she's our student services administrative assistant. She does a lot of behind the scenes work and planning field trips and making phone calls to parents, so I just want to acknowledge her. So I'm going to step out of these ladies' way in just a moment. They're going to give you some great updates. But I just wanted to give you kind of an overview of what we are doing to support our students with college and career readiness. Like all things through MTSS, we do have different tiers of support. Our tier 1, that's for all students, receive 4-year plans for college and career readiness, support in their college search, and then evening workshops for things like college application and FAFSA. Shifting over to the tier 2 side of things, that's more small group meetings. Those would be conversations around credit recovery, supporting groups of students with dual enrollment as well. And then the more tier 3 individual type supports, those are going to be supports with one-on-one application support, meetings with students who are at risk of not graduating on time, and students who have D's and F's at school, or in classes. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move it over to Zopa.
Go ahead, Zoe.
So how do we prepare our students as counselors?
Sorry.
It's okay. As you can see, we took some information from the California dashboard. And of our graduating class last year, we had 84.9% of students felt prepared or were prepared for college and career readiness. As you can see the statistics right here where we have our different student groups. For 2023, 91.1% met UC and CSU requirements. 68.3% of our students were on a CTE pathway. 50.5% met CASP, 20.8% met the seal by literacy, and 15.8% met it through college credit. There are the two asterisks. It says students can meet prepared multiple ways, and then internal data, less than 11 students, data not publicly reported by the CE.
So where do NCS students go, obviously? So these are some data that we collect every year. What I put up there is actually an average of the last 3 years. So of the last 3 years, 98% of our students who apply to any four-year university or college get accepted. 70% of students who applied to our UC system were accepted, and 93% of students who applied to a CSU were accepted. And I want to point something out that isn't here, but when you look at the data, I'm one of those who, I can look at it, but I'm not as like Joe, so I actually have to ask Joe for help on understanding the data sometimes. But I think what I found interesting as someone who's not only a counselor, but a mother of a 23-year-old who's gone through the system as both a community college, UC, and now has gone back to community college and maybe now at CSU. I've seen all levels as a parent, and what we're seeing is actually, and kind of inclusive to our economy and what's happening at the college level, is that actually the percentage of students who are applying to CSU and our two-year colleges have increased by 20 to 30%. So from one year to the next. So from like the class of 2022 to the class of 23, we saw just the amount of kids applying to two-year colleges and to the CSUs are going up. What does that mean for UCs? It's not as, they're dropping a little bit. And that could be, parents are realizing 2 years of community colleges is kind of a nice way to go. Jumping into spending $20,000 to $50,000 a year, right? So when we talk sometimes in members, and if you go down, kids are still applying. Their choices of where they're going are just shifting slightly. So, I would love to see some, and it's a little harder data to get, and we're finding that out federally as well, to look at the data of retention, like how many of those kids are staying in those schools. For some reason, after 2019, we're just not getting the data like we used to. So just a heads up on that. So how do they get there? So one of the criteria for admission to colleges is the courses you take in high school. And I want to be really clear because this is one of the things that a lot of, especially parents, don't quite understand. When college admissions are looking at the courses you've taken, they're only comparing you to the other kids at your school. They're never compared, like NCS students are not compared to IB kids to another school. They're only compared to what was offered at our school. They're also looking at your strength of your application. What are you gonna bring besides grades? Extracurricular activities, what are you spending the time? One of the things I like to tell kids a lot is when I was applying, I was in 15 clubs, right? And you want to say that you were, the president of 5 of them, right? That is really not the case anymore. College admissions want to see where kids are putting their passion. If a kid has spent all 4 years in a certain club, but have shown maybe junior year they took on more, or in our school we have the performing arts. When I did my daughter, we actually started calculating how much time she was spent in the theater. It was a lot. So colleges want to see what you're passionate about and that's something you're going to continue with, right? It's not just this I've been in everything kind of thing. So I'm just briefly gonna go over this because this was kind of in our tier one of what we do. In ninth grade, we look at your 4-year planning. We're not talking about after high school yet because ninth graders can't really handle that yet. We're talking how do we get through high school? Like how are you gonna get through high school? 10th grade, we start looking at interest and career assessments. We go in and we talk to them about what are you interested in? How does that fit? What might that be a job related to? Then 11th grade, we go in and do what we call Supermatch College Search. And they can search up colleges based on anything. Majors, rural versus city, size, student to professor ratios, clubs, diversity. So they can pick any of those things and then start searching to find a college that fits for them. And then 12th grade, we really focus on, in the fall, their college applications, and really work with the senior experience class to go in and talk about not just college applications, but I do a small thing on with military, community college, but also just life skills. A lot of times, a lot of that senior experience workshops, we talk about what could be some skills after high school that you might need. So how do we expose them to different colleges? We do that at PFA, and we offer all ECA students are welcome to come. We tell them when the different colleges are going to be on campus, so we get them to come. Sometimes they're here in person. Sometimes I'm doing a Zoom call for someone from a different, too far to travel, those sorts of things. So any UCs, CSUs, private colleges, community colleges come in during that time. We also do some big field trips. In the fall, we do the Historical Black College and University, the HBCU conference, and it's usually local. We go to one of the places and have them go to that. And then usually in the spring, we do with the 11th graders, we go to the Western Association for College Admission Counseling Fair, which has usually over 150 schools for them to kind of get some information on. This year, they're coming to SAC in May, the end of May. And so we'll be helping them. It's in the evening, so we're gonna just promote it heavily and hopefully work some transportation issues out. Dual enrollment, we offer some dual enrollment at PFAA. Students can take dual enrollment starting in 11th grade, 11th or 12th grade year. These are some of the classes listed that PFA can go over, and I know EC is going to be talking about their expanding stuff later, so I just want to talk a little bit, just those are our general dual enrollment classes that we are offering right now for everybody. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit how the difference between how dual enrollment works and why I personally, when I'm talking to students, would rather have kids take our dual enrollment classes. It's a partnership with our Los Rios, and specifically those classes I did before are through ARC. And we have a commitment with ARC that we will offer a support time for those students to meet with a staff member to go over things like, let me check your grades. Did you submit everything you needed to do? It's also someone that the kids can go to say, I'm having an issue, what do I do? And usually, I've been in that role before, I usually say, well, let's drop an email to the professor and talk about how that is. And so I help them with that, or they help them with that process. The difference between that versus a student who comes in and says, well, I don't want to take those, but I want to take a class on, I don't know, all the other ones that they can take. At Sierra College, we look at their schedule, we advise if it's gonna fit with them, but basically I sign off, their parents sign off, and then I don't really see anything from them again. I don't even get the grades, how they're doing. And so I personally would rather have the kids take a dual enrollment where we have someone checking on them and making sure they're successful in those classes. But we do have agreements with all of those places. We do, as counselors, really make sure that the classes they're gonna take are transferable to a UC or CSU. And then, like I said, with a lot of those, the staff supports them and makes sure to help them through the process. Another thing that helps us with this is that if a student's not doing well early on, we catch it, we say, do you want to continue? Is this something that you can finish? Or can we drop it within that time frame? If I don't know, I can't remind them, hey, this is when you can drop it without any consequences, this is where you can drop it with a W, those sorts of things. Because as we know, any of those classes are on their permanent transcript that follows them everywhere to college. And then lastly, it prepares them to navigate in that college environment.
Right, so then some additional supports that we also give to our students and our families. So for example, the evening workshops, especially in kind of the college application season, we're hosting multiple college application workshops, usually in the LMC here, for our students just to get that support as they're doing the application from their peers, but also the counselors. And then also evening workshops for our parents. For example, we'll have a College Pathways Night coming up in May, and then tomorrow night we'll have a Cash for College night to inform parents about like the financial aid process. We also have a couple things to help prepare our juniors who are about to go into this very, taxing, challenging year for them. So one of the things we offer is the summer boot camp between when they just finished junior year and they're about to start senior year. So this is like a 2-3 day workshop where the counselors host it, where we kind of re-inform them like, hey, these are the admissions processes for these colleges. We go through things like letters of recommendations. We also help them continue practicing like college applications, or not college applications, like personal statements or college essays. And then also in 11th grade, in their English 11 class, the teacher actually assigns what's called a personal insight question or a PIQ from the UCs. Basically, these are little topics like leadership that the student has to write an essay on when they submit their college application. So as an assignment, this is like one of the PIQs that they're already going to be done and prepared for before they start that 12th grade year, which is pretty awesome. And then in 11th grade, we also go into the classrooms and we start doing the super match that Megan was talking about, just helping them create that list of colleges that they're aiming for so that they're able to get informed about what each college requires and be prepared and organized to get ready to apply for those. And then as well, like Megan was talking about, colleges are looking for more than just like what classes you're taking or what grades you're getting. They're really looking for a more holistic person. So that's where we start talking to them about like basically what opportunities are you taking to foster yourself as an individual. So the organizations or the clubs that you might be a part of in school or perhaps in the community by taking like internships or volunteering. Also with a lot of our students who follow us, from STAR to middle school to hopefully PFAA, right? A lot of our staff are able to see them grow and develop as people. And so when they ask them for those letters of recommendations, those staff are really able to write about like their character and, just about the growth that they see them making in post-secondary world. And then lastly, this is a department or an area that we notice a need for. So with our students with IEPs, that transition from high school to post-secondary can be very scary because, they had a case manager helping them advocate and just really learning how to, ask for their needs and supports. And so what we've done annually is we've had an ed specialist and a counselor go on a field trip to the Los Rios, I believe is the ARC, American River College, and visit the Disability Services and Programs for Students office. So this is an office where they'll get like all their needs met and supported essentially. But what's really great about this field trip, especially the past one that we had this year, was our students were able to talk to the people who would help manage their supports. But our ed specialists also really help prepare them on how to advocate for the supports themselves so that they feel prepared once they're on their own in college. Next slide, please. Okay, so where is college and career counseling going? Okay, so we do have a College Pathways Night that's coming up in May. So last year, we kind of brought it back where we had representatives from a diversity of colleges, just really inform families about what that process looks like from like admissions to financial aid, scholarships, and so on and so forth. So this is an opportunity just for like students and families to kind of get an understanding about that process and have the ability to start talking to the representatives about what that would look like for their student. And so we're expecting
hopefully the same amount of attendance as last year as well. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so looking ahead, so we adopted a new pathway for a high school diploma, especially for our students who have severe cognitive disabilities this year. I know that with the special education department, they're starting to identify students who might benefit from this, and they're working on how to create that pathway for them. Also, as Megan was talking about, we're expanding dual enrollment opportunities for our students to give them not only more options, but just more opportunities to explore different classes that they might not be able to in our kind of standard dual enrollment classes that were offered. And then kind of everyone's favorite subject, COVID. So we're kind of still, working through the trends that have happened. So for example, like testing is, kind of going back and forth. When COVID happened, a lot of universities switched to either I'm not taking tests anymore, or we're making it optional. And now I believe in this past month or so, some top colleges like Dartmouth and Yale are saying we're starting to bring it back. So it's just navigating that with our students, keeping them informed about, hey, this might be a good idea if you're planning to apply to these colleges, and just giving them that information, get them prepared. And then, of course, as Megan kind of touched upon, we are, I guess, no longer at a time where having a 4-year degree means that you'll have a successful career. There's a lot of other options that are available to our students, and we're seeing that with that uptick of getting applications to the CSUs and also the 2-year colleges. So we're helping our students navigate adopting all those options for their post-secondary and informing them what those changes might look like. And then lastly, of course, just helping our middle school students understand specifically what's coming for them in the next couple of years with not only high school graduation requirements, but also what it means to prepare for college and career.
Yes, I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
This college pathways night that's open to 9th through 12th graders, where's that gonna be held at? If you're expecting more than just seniors or juniors?
Yeah, so we're hoping to hold it on here, but we're hoping to hold it in the Benvenuti.
Okay.
Last year we had, I think, around 250 parents sign up, so we're hoping to have the same turnout and have that success.
Makes sense. The other question I have is summer boot camp. When will you have the dates on that?
We'll decide, I think we're deciding now. Usually it's the week right after school ends. So it's the week, so school ends on the 7th. We usually have it that week because we're still on duty, technically that week. And so we usually, it will probably be a 2 afternoons. And we'll usually like to do it in the afternoons because we don't want to conflict with summer school. So summer school is usually in the morning. And so we'll start in the afternoon and do 3 hours one day, 3 to 4 hours the next day.
So that might conflict with the kids who are gonna be doing this international trip to Italy and Greece, because I think it's June 11th is when they leave it. It was moved sooner, a week sooner than before, so that was one question. The other question I have is, how is the senior project? Does that tie into any of this stuff in terms of college prep? I know students put a lot of effort into thinking about their senior project, not student, their senior project. And how does that tie in, or have you thought about tying that into any of your career, or,
So the way we kind of have worked in the past is we support students. I talk to students a lot of times at 11th grade year. When we're talking about that, I tie it into a lot of different ways. We tie it into also, we have the distinctions for the CT pathways, superlatives. I always say, hey, your senior project could be a superlative. I've had actually a lot of kids ask me, where do I put volunteer hours on my college application? I'm like, there is not a spot saying 40 hours, right? So I say we incorporate that within your senior project. So ours, kind of pull that in and say you can add that to your application when you're talking about your extracurricular activities, or you're talking about time spent, or your leadership skills. For that also, I also like to talk about how, with the kids, their senior project can also be their major project for the civic skill engagement. So that can count to put that on their diploma. We have a lot of kids who use their senior project as their big project for civic skill.
Thank you. My last question is, this Western Association for Colleges and Missions, that fair, May, a date yet? Do you have?
It's like May 28th, if I'm
Will be
remembering.
sent out to
Yes,
parents?
I will be sending that
Not
out
just kids, but
once
to
we
parents? Okay.
confirm some other, I'm waiting on a couple other last minute details. Because it's so close and because it's in the evening, we won't be providing buses. So I have to kind of work out carpooling and that sort of thing. So I'm working with the principals to help with that process. So make sure that all kids, if they wanna go, can go.
Thank you.
It's in the Safe Credit Union downtown.
Oh, safe, thank you. Okay, very good, thank you, that's helpful. Okay.
For extracurricular and your co-curricular activities, have you found, because we have so many talented kids in the school, is there, and like, you have one kid could be playing the flute, the violin, and doing drama. Is there an extracurricular, like, hey, maybe you need to focus because UCLA would really has 20 seats open in the orchestra? Like, or do we have that information that, hey, this is probably the stronger extracurricular that you need to focus on? This would get you a better chance on getting into that college that you want to get into, or?
It's hit or miss. I've talked to lots of admission people, and the last one we went to for UCs, there were a lot of questions about how do we help kids do that, and the admission says, we can't tell you that. So, yes, as a parent, I might say, hey, this is not the area that you want to go down. As a counselor, I can only say, have you looked at the acceptance rates to UCLA versus, and I think where I would rather go is say, have you looked at colleges with a program that is going to be good for you? Is UCLA really the best fit for you? Or another school could have an amazing music program and a great theater department where you don't get to have to choose, right? So my job as a counselor, I think, is to make sure I give them all of those pieces versus to say, you should do this to get into UCLA.
The other part I would add too is some of those things that you described they are separate auditions.
Right.
So no matter how much, how many hours they spend doing it, it's really about what happens in that audition.
Right.
And so I think, what we've, like Megan said, it has been kind of hit or miss. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, it makes total sense, that's what the kid's doing. And other times I'm like, whoa, I wouldn't have missed that. And but I think what Megan is talking about is really working with the kid on like, are you choosing multiple colleges that would all be places where you could be happy? Because it might be that if you want to play flute at UCLA, you're having to apply the year they literally have no openings to do that. But this other college has something similar. So trying to help kids see the diversity of choices that they have.
And I think the arts teachers are a good resource for
Yeah,
that
they
as
are.
well, because they, while the admissions counselors can't say anything, they might have contacts at different places and know this is the year for whatever,
I just didn't know if they released that info. They're like, oh, hey, in the year 2026, we're gonna have 20 spots.
No. But I think another thing that we do, which is very, very cool, and I've not seen any other school do this, in our senior experience class, we bring back alumni.
Yes.
And we have them talk to them about the programs they're in, where they're at. We've had kids who got into UCLA and zoom in and talk about, this is what happened, this is my experience. And I think I don't think I've seen that anywhere where we really bring back some of, and again, that's a lot with our arts teachers because of the connections and things that they build, those relationships they build with the kids that they're reporting back from their experiences of where they're at and saying, hey, or master classes. I know we've had kids come back and do master classes. So I think that's another thing that we offer.
I was pleased to hear that Sac State gives priority to Sacramento
Yes,
students. I did not know that until now with my kid getting ready, right, to be a senior next year. So yeah, I had no idea. So that's a nice.
All the CSUs do that.
All the
CSUs give priority to kids who are in their local area. So no matter where it is, they give priority to those.
That's cool.
I do. UCs don't, just by the way.
Oh.
Just FYI.
I know we're talking about the college specifically, but Megan, you touched on alternative pathways. Do we have do we know the percentage of the total population that are actually applying for colleges? Is that like a high, what is the percentage of the students that are actually applying versus like, I want to take a break, I wanna go in the military, I wanna go to a trade school. What is that? We have
I
to
think
show
it's
us that.
PFA, if I remember correctly, and I'm gonna be guesstimating, but hold me to the numbers. I believe that our amount of our numbers of kids who are actually applying to four-year schools is definitely in the 70s to 80s% of kids. I think we have a bigger number, like I said, that was the numbers applying to the CSUs in the 2 years. And it's getting a lot higher. We went from like 45% to 50% for the 2-year colleges just in the last year.
From our LCAP data, we have, usually it's 80 to 85% are applying to a four-year college. This year it dipped down to 75%.
And that's what I was
Yes.
alluding to, is like, are we seeing a shift in, you know, how many are applying? I know in one of the slides you showed different racial groups. You know, are certain groups applying and has that dipped, or more of them, you know, doing alternative things? You know, just trying to see if we're
I think
measuring
our
that.
total numbers for actually just applying to anything is still high. We still have a lot of kids applying to something out. We have a very small amount of kids who tell us, I ain't doing nothing. But I mean, I think the other thing, like, I know in my presentation to 11th graders, I do talk about like a gap year or other programs that I've pushed towards. If you're going to, we get it, you want to take a break, or maybe, because the percentage of kids who don't go to any schooling right after high school don't actually start, right? They don't actually ever attend. Or if you start at community college and you drop for a few years, going back is a lot harder, right? So we do, I think Wendy and I both found out we both AmeriCorps alumni. So we both did terms of service with AmeriCorps. I love talking about that as an option to do something in a gap year. Volunteers of America, we're gonna have the Conservation Corps come and talk about what they're doing. And I think we're just trying to open the door up to say there's all these other things you can do, even if you're not feeling ready. I like to talk a lot about, you know, there's these certification programs that take 18 months and then you're done and out and making money, because there's a lot of jobs you can make a lot of money with that you don't need a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. Which goes back to, I think, why we like to spend time doing those career and college assessments, to just talk about, like, my question I ask kids is, where do you see your life in 5 years? What do you want to buy? What kind of lifestyle do you want to have? And then from there, okay, and then what does that fit into your interests and likes? Do you want to be working for the money to do the things that you want to do? Do you want to enjoy your job and have a passion for your job? Those are all questions that we ask the kids constantly to help guide them to what they might want to do.
Or maybe they can come work here.
Yes. I think that the number of alumni work here is high.
Grant program or something on the side. Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, final presentation of the night. Gotta keep our energy up for Kim.
Alright, thanks for hanging out. I will try to make this informative but relatively short. This is the ECA team. Our two little stick figures there are Nicole Gawa and Francesca Donato, whose yearbook pictures I did not have, and they're big Disney fans, so they get cute Mickey Mouse ears. We have 6 full-time teachers on staff, an administrative assistant, an instructional support associate, a registered behavior technician, Miss Zopa, who you just heard from, that we share with Pact, and then Miss Arlington, who is our school psychologist we share with you. The ECA hybrid model, our students spend 1.3 hours in person, so that's 80 minutes a week per class, and then get 3.7 hours of independent work. Workshops are taking place in person on a set schedule, so the only workshops we have online are dual enrollment support workshops, just in English right now, and electives. When the students are on campus, they work in our learning center between classes, which is similar to a college common room. So they're encouraged to work together. They're encouraged to talk to each other, brainstorm, and get the socialization. It's really, really important for high school, as long as they're on task. And then we share our events and common spaces with PFAA, and then our students can take up to 2 PFAA classes per year, as long as they fit into their schedule and their space available in those classes. This is a typical 9th grade schedule, just to kind of give you an idea of what it might look like. So our students are going to each class once a week in person, but that doesn't mean that they're in school all day for one day or just for one class. We try to split it up as evenly as possible. So a typical student will probably be there one full day, especially in 9th grade, and then 2 half days. So we try to split that schedule as much as we can. So that's just to give you an idea of what a student's days might look like. As Megan mentioned, we are doing our dual enrollment program. So in our academy, students can take up to 11 units per semester. That's the state maximum. And that's because if they're 12 units, they're full-time college students and they can't be full-time in 2 places. And so they can earn up to 60 credits or even more and get an associate's degree in language studies before they graduate if they so choose. Those courses are taken through ARC online with the support of one of our staff members. And then since transitioning to the early college model a few years ago, we've been evaluating and expanding our courses each year. Thank you. So our students are now able to complete many of their high school requirements directly through their college coursework. So they get to choose, for example, in 10th grade, do I want to take high school world history? Do I want to take college world history? So it's not adding an extra class, it's choosing which way you want to go. And so that way they're able to complete their college coursework as part of the regular high school program for those students who choose to do that. Which is how they're able to get that degree if that's the path they choose. We've been adding, as you can see, more and more dual enrollment every semester. So a couple years ago in 2021-22, it was only 3 to 4 courses per semester, different courses. 22-23, it was up to 5 last year, or this year we bumped up. We have 6 to 8, so we had 8 last semester, 6 this semester. And next year we're bumping it up even more because the college is adding science, hopefully if we can get enough students enrolled. Happy thoughts, I'm very excited about that. And then we'll have 10 courses, 10 different classes offered per semester, which is really exciting. Through dual enrollment, our students have the flexibility to choose from several different pathways. So they can go A to G, which means they're not taking any college classes. That's necessary for some students. They can just take some, so they can just take 1 per year that's a special interest to them if they want to. They can do their IGETC, which is the general education. And so they can actually get certified before they graduate as having all of their gen ed done for college. So when they go to UC or CSU, all they have to do are their major requirements when they get there. And then if they're really going for it, they can get that associate's degree, which is the highest level of work. And the picture there for later, if you're interested, is just kind of so you can see that the first one is A through G, which is all high school. The second column is IGETC, and you can see it's really not, it's only at one point do they have more classes. So it's the same number of classes, pretty much, just more rigor. So on to the way that we support students in our program. So all of our students participate in our academic coaching program. So every student is assigned an academic coach. Those coaches meet with each of their students once a month to talk about progress, review grades, goals, interests, all that fun stuff, and then send emails home to parents. They're checking their students' progress weekly though. So even though we only meet with our students once a month as academic coaches, every single Monday, every single AC goes through every single one of their kids and looks at their grades to make sure that there aren't any red flags, students are passing all their classes, and parents are contacted immediately and the students are flagged if there's anything that to be concerned about. And then we have that common tracking form. And so it allows us to do a quick check on students' progress at any time. So if I'm the math teacher, I'm like, wow, this kid's really struggling in my class. I can go to that form and see what their AC said about their work and whether notice has already gone home, whether it's my class or all of the classes. And so we're able to share that information very, very quickly. And then next year we're switching to, in addition to the monthly individual meetings, we're switching from monthly grade level meetings, which is what we're doing right now, to a weekly advisory. And so they're kind of having a weekly grade level meeting, for lack of a better way of putting it. And that's actually going to get us in front of the kids more often for some of these important things that right now we're kind of waiting to do once a month. And so we're excited about that. Some of the additional supports we offer to our students. So we do have a dedicated program specialist. That was one of our Mickey Mouse series, the fantastic Francesca Donato. We have an integrated Math 1 support class. And so that is a class students are placed into if they test several grade levels below standard in math. And that just helps them fill in their missing gaps and specific skills through our math-based program. Next year, we're adding an ELA support class modeled exactly the same way. So again, we get a diagnostic. It says, you know, they're really struggling in vocab or they're really struggling in nonfiction reading comprehension, and it targets those specific skills. We have weekly course specific study halls, so every teacher has a study hall in person every week where students can find them. In addition, every hour we rotate through our learning center, so there's a different teacher supervising every period basically, and students get a schedule of all of it. So it says like, if you're looking for Dr. Rasanova, you can find her here, 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 and here all week long, so that they know where to look for their teachers. We have our academic success workshop, which is like an intervention class. And so for students who are struggling with work completion, they get to go spend time in the computer lab working on that. And then we have after school credit recovery as well. We do our best to get our students out in the community. We help them find individual interests because we do have that hybrid flexibility. So some of our students, for example, are in the ballet and they're with us because they're dancing 30 hours a week and can't be in a full-time school. Other students do a lot of community service through their church. Other students are involved in the Science Museum downtown. So lots of different places for them to work in the community, which they also do through their senior experience project. We have our ECA Parent Involvement Committee, which is named EPIC. So we meet with them once a month. And then we have extracurricular activities. So we have lots of clubs. We have a yearbook club, again, the community service, student leadership, Link Crew, and then next year we actually have a student government. So they're campaigning hard right now. There's a lot of really great posters. If you're ever wandered through our learning center, they're very creative with those. And then we just, as Diego mentioned earlier, we just had a field trip this week to Davis and we have a couple more coming up. All right, a little update on our enrollment. So that's one of the key things I've been working on is really getting the word out about what we can offer and getting more students into our program. So you can see this is from 2019 to what's projected for next year. So in that 2020, 2021, you see that big bump. That was our COVID bump because when everybody went online, we were a top choice school because we had been doing this already. And so we saw this huge influx of people. But then 2022, when everybody went back to in person, everybody went back to in person. And all of those people who kind of came to us just because we were an online school shifted back to in person. So we saw a big dip there, but then every year since then, we've been slowly rising. So we're hoping to continue that trend. Boom. Questions, comments? Sorry.
Yes. So what you're saying is that a student who comes to ECA can meet all the high school graduation requirements through taking community college or these community college classes.
Many of them. So it's
Many
not
of them,
every
not
single
all,
one, but yes.
But
that they can take college courses to meet several of the requirements enough so that they only have to take, if they want a degree, it's really only a couple of extra classes.
right, so instead of, let's say, taking science here, they take science over there, even though it's harder possibly, or whatever, but it, okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well.
Well, today we have a presentation about Form 700 forms.
Get it turned in.
All right, Form 700. I'm gonna still do this spotlight tournament by the end of the month, right? Okay. All right.
So no presentation?
Nope.
See, that's right. Testing the letters.
Just whipped out papers. The hearing of the public for items not on the agenda.
Here, I check mine.
Nope. Okay, hearing of the public for items on the agenda.
Say nothing.
Okay. Dr. Wood.
I was gonna say thank you all for hanging in there tonight. And a lot of exciting things going on campus that we got to hear about, but they're all very important things. We are 2.5, 3 weeks away from spring break. So between now and spring break, there's actually a ton of stuff going on campus. So all sorts of performances. Eurydice opens this weekend. We have a spring concert next week. Also next weekend, the 23rd, the district is hosting their LGBTQ conference here on this campus. So there's a ton of different things going on. Over spring break, the central services team will be moving to PAC, so we'll be settled in over there. So after spring break, you might want to come check it out. And then also something to put on your calendar is that April 26th is our multicultural festival at Star Academy, which last year we had like 1,000 people. It was like one of the biggest events we've ever had at Stone Starter School. So hopefully this year will be even bigger. So look forward to having you guys join us there.
Board of Director comments?
Pretty comprehensive board meeting.
Very comprehensive board meeting.
That's the other thing.
But that's good.
It is.
Good, very informative.
Yes.
Okay, future board agenda items?
And I want to make sure we have it noted correctly, you're holding a special board meeting on next Monday
Good thing you're not asking me right now.
Yeah.
at 5 or 5:30?
5:30.
5:30 for 1 hour, roughly 1 hour.
Más o menos.
Yeah.
Okay, we just want to make sure it's even I get it properly agendized.
Yes.
Thank you.
We can't get enough board meetings.
All right, well, thank you all, staff, thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
For the presentations. Kim gets to go first next time.
Rotate it around.
Yeah.
All right, are you
All
gonna
right.
join us?
Well.
We're all hanging.